Oh, there I am, Sorry about that. Hey, PV, good to see you. Hey, Venerable Owl, good to see you. Guardian, good to see you too. And we have Dear Love Survival in the house as well. Good to see you. Shannon, always good to see you. And Mark in the house as well. Good to see you too. Well, we begin with the normal procedure as usual. There you have it, PV. You know the drill. And Guardian. There you go. Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Hi there, Shadow. How you doing? Are you well? Hello to everybody in the side.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, actually. Hey, PV, good to see you.
Hey, brother.
Hey, Guardian. Shadow, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I just got some cough for some reason.
You got kennel cough.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of it going around at the moment here as well. Yeah.
Mother Earth Garden Club, good to see you. And JCT, good to see you, ma'am. Always nice to see you. Oh, I forgot Dear Love Survival. Oh, man, I can't forget him. That was Dear Love Survival. You will have the link, my friend. I forgot you. I'm so in the blue sometimes. And Troy Sutton, welcome to the stream. There you go, dear love.
So if anyone starts talking about definitions of this, definitions of that this week, just nip it in the bud straight away.
Yeah, Dear Love Survival fired me, as Bob usually do. Let's see if he... Oh, yeah, there he is. Good to see you.
Good evening, brother. Good to see you too. Evening,
Yes.
PV.
How you doing?
Everybody in the chat?
Yeah. But today's topic, strategies and tactics to staying safe in public areas in a civil unrest / SHTF scenario.
Ooh.
That's the topic for today. And Mad Chick says, I tried to squash it last week. And CR says, and I'm back this week.
Hey, CR.
Hey, Nick Muller, how you doing?
Hey, Nick Muller, good to see you.
Hey, Nick.
And Venerable Owl says, great topic. Yeah, it is. Definitely. And I think it's really a really important topic for that matter.
Yeah, it's one of those topics where it might seem blatantly obvious initially, but when you delve into it and start thinking about what's involved, it's quite, everyone's going to be exposed to this sort of stuff. I mean, initially when you think of it, you say, just stay in.
Yeah.
But
hey, Slippery Pickle.
You can only stay in for so long before you have to go out, whether that's, to gather more, you might be able to, go shopping, for instance, if shops are available.
Yeah.
To go foraging, for instance, or going to get water, for instance, if you haven't got all these things in place already, which probably most people haven't anyway. Even if you're on a farm or something like this, you're going to have to go out the building to harvest your crops or tend to the land or something like this, or go and get water. Because I can't see anybody who's in a completely self-sustained unit. That means unless you're living in a bunker, and even then, it's a bit of an unrealistic scenario. But at some point, someone is going to have to go outside, whether that be a couple of miles away, tens of miles away, or a couple of 100 meters away. It doesn't matter. As soon as you step foot outside your little sort of fortress or your castle, or your nice little safe abode, you're exposed to others, basically. And if others know that, if they cast envious eyes onto you, or they want whatever you've got, or they would just want to scope you out, then you've got to have your head on the swivel, and you better have some sort of contingencies and plan in place. Otherwise, you're pretty much fair game for getting attacked and robbed, or worse, really.
Hey, Nabs.
So I think about this one. Sorry, give me like 1 minute quickly.
Yeah, no problem, Guardian. Iron Fire Horse, good to see you, ma'am. Good to see you. As always. We wait for Guardian to...
Sorry,
and there he is. No problem.
It's the little one's bedtime, so she's just it's 9 o'clock in here on the side. So I think a lot of this comes down to psychological resilience when it comes to just kind of understanding that where there is civil unrest in different places, of course, as well. Civil unrest will always depend on the location that you're at. So I think that for the most part, different locations as well out there will have a large impact in how you can kind of, be transverse areas as well. And I think it's something smart. The whole grey man approach is also very interesting. It's important to be concealed at all times and just not look like you have, that you have a large abundance to anybody. That's going to be important. But for the most part, the psychological thing, I think, is the most important thing for me. It's just being able to endure and being able to, just have hope when hope seems lost. And I think that's important. And what Nick Muller is saying here is brilliant. It's absolutely the grey man principle. There's even two people, grey man preppers. There's two grey man survivalists that I actually follow. Well, one's more of a prepper, and the other one's got a bit of actually both are military veterans. But you're also grey man channels. You can look up grey man prepping, so grey man prepping like that, and you can also look at grey man, GRAY, grey man. Both of them are pretty good. Well, I wouldn't say pretty good friends, but they're people that I have quite a lot of time for.
Yeah. I'm definitely familiar with the gray man's principle and psychologies. So I heard about the gray man principle a couple of years ago. So
yeah, I mean, these terms, I think they have been adopted in recent times to form, to be molded into sort of a security and preparedness mindset. They originated elsewhere, but I think we all know what they mean. Basically, you've got to be very cautious about going into a public area during civil unrest. I would say don't. That's one of the reasons why we accumulate, a level of preparedness is not just to overcome the initial wave or event of whatever's going to happen. The impact phase of an earthquake, tsunami, cyber attack, or whatever it is. It could be countrywide disorder or riots. You call that the impact phase, but after that, and if you obviously wouldn't want to go out during a full-scale riot. It just doesn't make sense to do so. You're putting yourself deliberately in harm's way.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
If we think about going out after that sort of initial wave has happened, there's a lot of people out in the streets potentially, and you could be almost in a state of lawlessness where everyone views everyone else as fair game and will, possibly resort to extreme measures if you're not part of their group, gang, or you're crossing into someone else's turf, or they want what you've got, or et cetera, et cetera. So, like I said, we prepare for this initial sort of thing that's going to happen. That everyone prepares for different things. So after that, your preps will only last you so long. If you're not sustainable, you're not sustainable. Simple as that. So you've got to go out and get sort of resupplies, water, food, etc., etc.
Yeah, sooner or later you have to do it.
Yeah. So question is how. So various areas you can go. You titled it "Staying Safe in Public Areas." I would say avoid public areas at all cost in that sort of a scenario, especially if you're in the opposition. If you're on the opposing team, like for instance, the unrest that occurred after the elections 2 elections ago in America. If you were viewed as a certain faction, you were a target, so you avoid those sort of areas. So you've got to come up with some sort of plan. Pick your time when you're going to go out. Timing is everything. Location is everything. Like Guardian says, we should be looking at these sorts of locations now, if possible. I mean, it's not an easy thing to say because it's these, to pick the perfect location for you or a safe location isn't affordable to many people, and it's a big step away from, potentially where people are living at the moment. So location is everything. Yes. Timing is everything. Pick the times when you go out. You're going to go out when it's dark. Potentially there's people hiding in the shadows. It may be a lot quieter, but you've always got the visual aspect of it. You can't see as far. There's people may come out of the darkness, and then if you go down to daytime, completely different scenario again. So timing is everything.
USA, good to see you, ma'am.
Safety in numbers. I wouldn't go out on your own. If possible, if you're part of a group, or if you and the neighbours have all got the same sort of goal and you all want to go out together for the same sort of things, group together, get the biggest, heaviest, strongest guys you can get. And if it's that desperate, you need to go somewhere, then you arm yourself up, you armor yourself up and you go out, do the job, come back. But you've got to, it's almost like doing a military task. You're going out of camp and you've got to adopt the same sort of measures, really.
I would definitely agree with that. Teams of 2 to 5 would be the max that I would ever go out with, and I would always leave the strongest men back at the base camp.
Hello. Because like you say there, hey CR, because like you, people have also got to consider, like just Nubs has indicated there, that if a group of you go, you're leaving behind, a less of a capability of defense than people have left.
Yep. And what's the point of going to collect something if you come home to nothing?
True. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And as far as materials and supplies, in my understanding, in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, what we're talking about now is potentially like Thursday 200 years ago. So if we learn what they did 200 years ago, well, that would make Thursday a lot easier for us today, if that makes any kind of sense.
What do you mean Thursday? That doesn't make. I don't...
Just any random day. Like
right.
They lived under a different code of rules and ethics and morals and values and capabilities mainly. Mm-hmm. That's the one we're talking about now. So 200 years ago, or even 100 years ago, let's not even go 200. People would be able to walk through the woods and know what they can eat as they're walking, and know what they can gather as they're walking. And they would know not to gather everything from one plant because there goes the plant, but to grab 2 or 3 leaves from this one and 2 or 3 leaves from that one. That way, every time you walk that path, you can do that. and to know what medicinal herbs on the ground, like for instance, plantain. If you don't have plantain drying right now, get plantain drying right now, because when crap hits the fan and people start getting sick, that one is antibacterial, antiviral, antimicrobial, and you get what I'm saying? Like, it's the big four. So knowing what heals you is pertinent.
Do you get purslane in your area, Nubs?
All the time.
Lovely. Purslane's also like one of those really good ones, and I've been like I've actually propagated some with some rooting agents as well.
Sorry, I saw that ball.
No, it's good.
I'm sure your neighbors are just loving you.
No, I'm doing it in a controlled kind of manner as well. I'm trying to grow really big purslane plants. So, and fortunately, we've got like huge walls everywhere here. So the chances of it, being able to really spread that easily is min. But the thing is, it's so useful as a plant, like in so many different ways, like as salads and stir fries, and just so many different ways that you can use purslane. That's brilliant. And then, like, obviously, dandelions are super useful too. But plantain is not the best.
Plantain, and then the other one that I would suggest, because it's pretty wide range, like across countries, is nettles, specifically the stinging nettles here on America, because stinging nettle, like especially for men, it has the nutrients that men need to be able to cognitively have the discernment to go out and do things. Specifically the seeds, like if you guys are ever out walking in the woods and you feel howdy.
Hey, Bob.
And you're walking and you see a nettle, you go grab some of those seeds, you eat some of those seeds, your wife will thank me. Yeah. Knowing what to eat and what to be able to eat, not to mention with nettles, the reason they're called nettles is because you make nets out of them. That's fishing. That's cordage. That's, and that's something you don't have to carry from day to day. You can sit there and make your cordage as you're walking.
Noted.
Just going back to what Peavy was saying there, that's very good info to know, Nubs, and definitely more for when the time sort of goes by. Initially the first couple of days, I mean, how long we can go without food for about 3 weeks. So initially we won't be, but the initial stages, like Peavy was saying, going outside, avoiding going out in certain areas, public areas, planning time, location, and remembering the evening times, daytimes, what's safer. I just wanted to add on to that, and I've made a little list here of and it's called the little take withs list. Getting used to. I do this even now before the SHTFs, happening. I'm getting used to carrying these minimal things with me.
Yeah,
and
get it into your notebook. Get a prepper notebook going.
Yeah, have a nice little list of stuff. And the first couple of things, I just wanted to quickly talk about safety glasses. I'm wearing a pair now. And the reason why I wear these is because maybe, acid attacks. We've been having a few acid attacks in the UK. And also just everything getting in your eyes. So having good safety.
You look so good in them.
Okay, I'll keep.
You're stylish and you're protective.
So also, I'll take a good little torch. Having a good torch with you as well on a day. Just carrying it with you every day. EDC carrying. Also, if you've got a little, sometimes you could have a tactical torch, which is self-defense as well.
The crown or the bezel.
The bezels, yeah.
Yes.
Well,
That's called, if I remember right.
Just sort of things like masks, carrying good FFP3 masks with you, getting used to carrying things like that. Other things like shamags, always very handy. There's loads of things you can do, makeshift bandages, if you needed to hold up your arm, anything like that.
What people should do is, if the situation is that extreme, you just do not go out. You avoid all possible, it's just not worth it,
confrontation.
You're taking the risk.
I agree.
Right. If you have to go out, just be careful, be wary. Yeah.
The level of the level of situation that we're talking about here, the last place you want to do is go to the hospital if it's still functioning to begin with, because you would just be waiting days.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
And that's where collecting those are. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So if you're going out and it's, the situation means it's that desperate that you've got to go out, then you take contingencies with you. You obviously take your, little day sack or something, the first aid kit,
everyday carry. Right.
Well, enhance it.
In that case, yeah.
I'd say enhance it, because you never know if you're going to come back on that same time frame. So it all comes back to pre-training. I keep saying this every week. We're in the position now where we've got the luxury of scoping things out. Scope your own area out, like Nub says. You know what's growing in your local area to begin with.
Yes.
If it gets that desperate, know the medicinal plants and all the resources that can be adapted. Even have, if you've got a little prepper room or an area where you keep your preps or whatever, then have a map of the area on that, in the back of the cupboard door, on the wall or something like that, and ring the places where the no-go areas are, the problem areas are, potential water courses, for instance, that could swell up and become a problem, or
bottleneck areas, I guess, too, right?
All these things, even potential helicopter landing areas if you have to, whatever. Yeah, because if it's say an earthquake, for instance, all the roads have been taken out and no aid can get to you, then they've got drones, and the only way out, if you're going to have to get out, is helicopter. Just simple things like that, and it's not hard to do. Just I've done videos on this, quick map appreciation, and then over time you go out onto the ground and you build up in your head and on paper, and for the benefits of your group and family, you build up this pattern of life of the area, and that's ranging from pattern of life from the water courses, how high and low they get on a general sort of week by week, month by month basis, how many people are normally knocking around, what sort of plants are in the area, and what sort of times of the year the poisonous ones crop up, for instance. I say that because I know in the area I'm in at the moment that in early May time, April, May time, we get giant hogweed popping up here and there, and that's nasty stuff, So pre-training, pre-recceing, pre-awareness,
pre-scouting,
doing it.
Yeah,
the experience, because you can have all the research in the world, but if you can't carry a 50 pack or 50-pound pack through what you're talking about, you're just talking, and you're dead anyways. You're dead at your own hand.
Well, if you're, if you're, the more aware you are of your area and location and neighbor, or the whole range of things from water to plants to people, etc., animals, then you're on a good footing to begin with. If it's a quick event like an earthquake or whatever, if it's civil unrest, slightly different.
Don't go.
I mean, at that point, I would adopt a more of a military style thinking methodology going out.
Okay.
For instance, in Northern Ireland, we used to call it a 4-man brick. So 4 people would go out on a small patrol, and 4-man contact drills and stuff like this, and you would adopt and practice methods. Never on your own, and it depends on what the situation is and how many people are. But realistically, you may get the one guy who's up to speed on the tactics in the area, and who's he got with him? Wife and 2 kids and a dog. It becomes difficult then, because you can't go out as a 4-man patrol with your wife and kids. It's just not feasible unless they're up to speed and
capable.
I have an interesting question for you, PV. Is there, in certain situations, is there a natural progression of people getting together? I mean, throughout history, is there kind of a pattern builds up where there's a natural progression of forces that form, like in villages, in towns, in cities?
Difficult to say. I mean,
Yes. Yeah.
I've not
like Mogadishu, where all of a sudden the whole city was on those troops. They've you know.
Well, that's slightly different because they were viewed as like the foreign invaders and
yeah,
bit of a scenario. You know,
yeah.
You get into a bit of a it does play into it actually because you know when you've got in say a civil unrest situation
Hey,
or
Thor,
riot,
good to see you, brother.
Hey, Forehaven's here. Nice.
You know where rule of law has completely gone out the window, and you've got people terrorizing around the countryside and the villages, you know, looting everything in sight. Then it's more of a mob mentality where the mentality is there's no accountability. Take what you can. Everyone else is doing it.
Yeah,
that's dangerous.
Yeah,
I was like thinking like a dad's army is like, okay, that you know they can be useful. You know that's pre-planned. Okay, if anything happens at home, we've got dad's army. I'm just thinking like in terms of people coming together. Right? Okay, it's kicked off. I'm here in my estate. You know, people are going to be coming out. What's going on? What's going on? Is there like a so yeah, it depends on the situation. There's not a kind of a natural sort of
yeah,
like
there
a
probably
cowboy,
will be.
you know, a cowboy town where everybody goes, right, let's get a posse together.
Tendency will be for people to sort of hide themselves away to begin with and assess what's happening. There may be the big rush of people, you know, looting and stuff like this. Once that sort of dies down, you know, people, I don't know, I don't really know about this sort of thing in terms of how groups will form, but no doubt people will settle back into their own sort of factions, neighborhoods, gangs, and areas, their own turfs or something.
Can I?
Yeah, go on, Sia, go on.
I want to chime this in because, like, and Bob can relate to this. Can we chime in, like, this, like, because we're talking about, like, grid down, there's an earthquake, there's a tornado, whatever. But sometimes these situations happen day to day, too, right? Public spaces are everywhere around us, right? Like, eventually, like, Shadow, you take a train. Some people take a plane. Some people are going to hop on a bus. Even if you're on the highway, it's still a public space, right? So being aware of your surroundings, too, and all that stuff. Can we chime into this? Yeah. Because it's more likely this will probably happen day to day or for someone, right? SHTF, you know, you might see that once, but like road rage, something happening on a bus, on a train or something like that, the subway is way, way more common. Way more common for people. I think Bob can agree with this too. Right?
Normal street crime. Normal street crime is going to get you hurt. Yeah. I agree. I agree
with that.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like you hear these stories. I mean, like the news sometimes shows it or whatever. You hear these stories from your friends, right? You know, some sort of thing happened at the bank, something happened at the mall, something happened on the train or subway, right? And these things do happen, and you hear
things can happen as you go.
And it doesn't matter where. Yeah, it doesn't matter which country, right?
Yep.
It doesn't matter which country, what city, what town, or whatever. It can happen, right? It can be on the highway too, right? And it's
even inside of your own home, if you leave a door open. You know?
Yeah, right. It could be in your driveway.
Yeah. Right. Out cutting the grass, whatever. Be assaulted or that's where really, honestly, most of your real threat comes from.
Well, it's more likely. I think maybe it's not like. Yeah, it's more likely to happen because, you know, because these spaces interact, these public spaces, these people interact in these public spaces, right? Like, especially like on like public transportation, like a bus, train, or a subway, right? That stuff is very, very common. Like, there's stories you hear in New York City, here in Canada, to be like Toronto, for example. You hear these stories about on the subway, on a train, something happened, someone, you know, brought out some melee weapon,
it's
whatever.
It's good practice. All this is good practice, even now, before anything's happened, because you're not going to get this kind of training in anywhere else, in a sense, because you're training yourself, like PB was saying as well, getting yourself in your mind, training in your eye, training with when you go out, visual, check what's around you, whether it's edibles, whether it's scavenging, whether it's
or things that can help you in your situation or help your position at that time.
Yeah.
And I always say that first line of defense is what you wear as well. Your clothing. I tend to wear
everyday carry.
Yes, I tend to wear a lot more outdoor clothing now. Even if it's summer, I'll wear cargo shorts, but they're still rugged. If anything happens, I've got something on that's not just going to fall to pieces.
Good thinking.
So, yeah.
Good thinking. Yeah, good thinking. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it starts with awareness of your surroundings, eyes and ears open. The classic old one, the classic old one, situational awareness, personal security. That's where it all starts. And if you haven't got your own shit sorted out in terms of personal security, then you're letting your companion down because you shouldn't be out on your own. So that's 50% of your capability gone, really.
Yep.
So, look around, look in the distance, anything happening,
middle distance. That would give you time too, right? Especially even if that extra 5 seconds in, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Being able to see it coming, you can still formulate a plan, right? It's hard to react when your back's turned to it.
Biggest problem is...
Go ahead.
Just wait quick. Biggest problem is things can happen so quick that you're a victim of circumstance and timing. That is dangerous.
Yeah. Like on a bus, on a train, subway.
Yep.
If I might,
you're in close quarters too, right?
Go on, Nubs.
Go ahead.
So there's two vital things that we're talking about, but we haven't directly said. Being situationally aware, absolutely, 100%. Knowing what to do after that and having the people around you to know what to do. Like you were saying, if people are coming to your house, remove them from your presence because they are a liability. Small dogs, unless there's just one, big liability. They're yippers, they're yappers, they give away position. Large dogs that are not trained, liability. Just because you love that family pet, and I'm talking on a scale where people are rioting and that kind of thing, not necessarily an earthquake or that kind of situation. Okay. But when there's a direct threat, knowing how to fight, doing 50 push-ups a day, so you're able to do it, not drinking soda today because you could need that gut tomorrow. It's basically, it boils down to disciplining yourself more than you ever have before, because at this point in time, it is vital, because we're about to go into Spartan 101. And we've only looked at the research that somebody else did in the grand scheme of things. If you're not out there camping with your family on a weekend basis, where you're teaching them to learn and recognize, because the kids can be, as you're walking, the kids can be collecting things, or the children can be collecting herbs and stuff while you're situationally aware. And if they know how to do it and they are practiced in it, they will instinctually do it inherently.
Yeah, because they have training and
exactly.
Back it up.
See Bob's gear there?
Yeah.
And
this is
the last thing I'll say is, as far as an everyday carry, there's a very old piece of equipment that used to be used. It was called a sling, not a slingshot, a sling. And you can easily make a sling out of about 15 feet of paracord. So not only do you have the paracord, but you also have a defense method. And if you are trained, you can take down a lion or a bear.
Here's my get things ready during the good times. Summertime is coming up, and you Americans know, I live near Seattle. And you remember a few years ago, all the riots that we've had, okay? Now, when the summertime comes, these are just some $10 dump bags and an H harness, right? I already got it all set up. So example is, during the good times. When I'm out in the front yard cutting the grass, I'm retired and my neighborhood is empty because everyone's at work and I'm here all by myself. This year, I got a couple of dump bags and I put a pruning tool in one of them and a bottle of water. Plus, I'm going to carry my phone and a big old can of pepper gel right on my person when I'm out in the front yard doing my gardening. Because there's so many druggies that run around and they're looking for that old guy who is all by himself, and I don't have a fence at the front of the yard. Victim waiting to happen. So, but here we go. This is what I'm going to carry with me when I'm gardening this summer: my phone, pepper gel, and a bottle of water, and a couple of little tools.
I like your summer EDC here.
This will be out my front. Because I'm alone in my neighborhood and nobody's home at home. I'm over 60, so they're gonna take a look at that old guy gardening and go, "Oh boy, wait a minute, he's got a big fucking can of pepper gel. What else has he got on him?" I think we're gonna go down.
He's got a battle belt on.
He's
pretty much right.
He's got a fucking H harness and fucking dump bags around his waist. I think we'll find someone else.
Shovel.
But I got a shovel right over there, motherfucker. Don't come in my front yard.
I am. If I may add onto that, as far as preparedness in the home, have you guys ever thought about the utilization of hog panel fencing as an internal quick bolt, having them built type deal? Basically a piece of wood around it, frame it in, and then have a place for it to go.
Okay. Like something you would slide in?
Like something that you would just be able to put on, or have an internal shutter with it and just cover it with cloth, but then you have a actual metal barrier between you and anything outside, if that makes sense.
I've already done something like that in my place. See, I'm in my garage right now. Can you see that netting against the garage door? Can you see that?
Can you solo that?
Yeah, right. I've got netting that goes across the front of my garage door. I can install it and take it down instantly with bells on it. That's golf course netting. You can get that on Amazon for pretty cheap. You can set up a temporary barrier instantly and take it down instantly. That's what I've got. So the summertime when I've got the door open to cool me off inside of here, I just put that across the openings, and I got another piece of netting for that side of the opening right there. Yeah,
nice.
Temporary fencing, dude. It's that shit is affordable. It comes in these huge rolls, and you install it right now. And now while I'm sitting here at home alone, smoking, having my coffee, nobody can walk off the street and come right in the building.
Right. So, if I may just comment on this quickly, and it's something that I truly believe in, is that side of it, knowing how to lay snares, knowing how to lay traps, understanding how to do proper defensive measures, is absolutely one of the best key components to this entire streams topic. Like that is absolutely on the move when it comes to it. Like if you specialize in it as well, now that we have access to the internet, you should be like regularly, just as a part-time entertainment, you should be researching this more and more. And I love that, Bob. That's awesome.
Yeah.
With those bells, even if I'm not paying attention, even if I got my headphones on, someone grabs that netting and tries to volley over it or whatever, I'm on you, dude. I know you're there. Plus cameras and driveway alarms, all that. Yeah, driveway alarms. Yeah. Somebody mentioned mirrors before. That's a good idea. Really, that is a very good idea. Yep.
Especially as a exterior outdoor shelter, because if you put a mirror up in the woods, guess what it looks like?
The leaves. Yeah.
You don't even notice it.
That's right. Yeah. Some people do use that as a hunting blind. I've seen it. Where they'll get a big mirror and they'll set it up in front of them and point it down at the ground. Now he looks just like the forest. Yep.
Yeah.
And as far as go ahead.
I was gonna say here, like about these barriers or defenses, right? You're just putting more obstacles in the way of
Yes.
For example, right? And
Slow 'em down.
let's remember this, how important that is, right? Because the longer it takes, the more hassle, the more energy they have to expend to get through this. More resources they have to, because like remember, it's like in medieval times there was a thing called siege warfare, right? So barriers like castles, all this stuff was used to slow down some sort of confrontation or attack, right? In the same way, I know PV would say about stay in your vehicle, right? It's your armor. That's what he said before a couple times, right?
Yeah.
Because it is, right? It's an air barrier, right? You don't exit the vehicle unless you have no other choice.
Yeah.
Unless the vehicle's burning, you're not exiting the vehicle, right? Unless it's unsafe in the vehicle, right? Just like on the road, right? Some sort of road rage, you stay in the vehicle or whatever, right? You do not get out.
Sorry to put in there. I'll give you a classic example of this. If people Google, it's not an easy watch either. Two guys in Northern Ireland in the early 80s, Corporal Derek Howes and Corporal Woods, and they were ambushed when they took a wrong turn in Northern Ireland, and they basically got boxed in their vehicle.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
And the door was opened, dragged him out. He had a pistol. Anyway, the event, eventually what happened was they were dragged out of the car, taken to a different location. And a couple of days later, they were found killed.
Yeah.
Watch that video, and it just rings true certain sort of aspects of crowd mentality, unaccountability, staying in your vehicle.
Animal behavior. It's animal behavior,
Exactly,
sir.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
If I could show you an example, I love Bob's idea with the bells. That is phenomenal idea.
Thank you.
This is along the lines of what I was talking about. This is just a wire shelf. Now, I've got it in here, and I would not install it this way. Notice how these are on the inside. The smaller pieces are on the inside. So if somebody were to grab that, they can easily get through the long bars if they, like that. So when you install it this way, just turned around, they can only grab the small section and rip it off. It gives you that just a little bit more time. So knowing the material that you're using, like Bob's bells, that's where it becomes genius, is the bells, because anybody can go through a snare and get past it, but you can't get us past a snare that has 15 bells across the top that they don't see in the first place.
Yep. I got all that shit on my channel. I've been doing this stuff for years, guys. Search, not promoting my channel, but
Nancy. Good to
take
see
a look.
Man.
Take a look at what I do. And do some of these things. I really encourage you guys, do some of these things during the good times when supplies are available, when everything you need is available to you. Because I don't know about Europe and all that, but in the US during the spring and summer is the crazy season when they start looting, and burning, and killing people.
Bob, I grew up in and lived just north of the George Floyd neighborhood. That was my old stomping grounds.
I'm south of there right now. I'm south of there.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
That's not about an hour south or so.
I'm around the area of Tacoma. I can see Tacoma. I can see. I'm in Pierce County. I can see Tacoma from my house. And
no, I was talking about Minneapolis.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you were about an hour past there, then you'd be down at Mayo Clinic, and that's never a good visit.
I'm in the Seattle area, and I remember the insanity of 2020. Yeah.
Right.
Welcome, Mr. Durham.
Just want to say hello to Louis or Lewis down there. How are you doing?
Yep.
Hey.
Good to see you, Lewis.
Hi, Lewis.
Yeah. But for really honestly, be prepared for normal. Like I live in the suburbs, so like what I showed you with the pepper spray and the netting and all that. gear up for that stuff, because I watched many interviews with criminals in prison, and if they see a hard target, they're going to go. They're going to keep walking. If they see an easy target, they're going to come into your fucking house where you're at, where your wife and your kids are at.
Yep.
I agree with that. Definitely.
Yeah, I like.
Don't be a soft target. Be a hard target.
That's right.
Noisemakers are a good system.
Go to the neighbors.
Really where that's the other thing. Make sure you know your neighbors and know their capabilities, because you don't want to have the guy that's not going to be an asset in your little group. And there again, I'm speaking worst case scenario with grid down. Everybody's going crazy. Like the rest of the shit, like earthquakes and stuff, I'm gonna do what I know how to do. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I don't necessarily train for this, but growing up in Southside Minneapolis, I learned situational awareness quickly.
Yeah, I've heard Minneapolis has got a reputation. Yeah.
Well, my neighbor growing up had the second highest crime rate per capita in the United States for violent crimes with like sticks and stones and like violent shit, like people getting ripped apart.
Yep.
Talking about sticks and stones, PV will tell you a bit more about umbrellas, but in the meantime, even like you just said about sticks there, even just a normal stick is a cool little thing to have with you. I've got a dog as well, so I've got an excuse to why I've got a stick. I said, well, it's my dog stick, but I'm just holding it for him. And so umbrellas. I've just got a normal one, but even that is okay. But PB can tell you a bit more about umbrellas.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with.
If you are restricted as to what you can carry around the streets, like we are here, then you're allowed to carry. You're allowed to use. You're allowed to defend yourself. Put it that way, and you're allowed to defend yourself with anything at hand. So if you've got a walking stick, fine. If you've got an umbrella, fine, etc., etc. You can pick up what's at hand available to use it, and you use it if need be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you're creeping into law now, and law comes into it, and you get when it becomes disproportional and over the top. But anyway, we won't go there.
Well, there's lawful and there's
a dog always
law.
Helps.
Personally, maybe it's because
the house.
Say again, Louis.
A dog always helps protect the house.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Have a Wolverine mentality. Okay, there's 5 lions around me. I'm going to attack them all. No, I'm only kidding.
Avoidance is key, unless you're backed into a corner.
I disagree with that statement. When there are 5 people attacking you, absolutely fight all 5 of them, because otherwise
Wolverine
they're gonna...
mentality. Wolverine,
absolutely.
Badger. I'm a badger. I'm a Wolverine. They're in trouble.
I'm speaking from experience. I'm not speaking from a lack of experience. Like, if you're in a mob mentality, or if you have multiple people around you that you are not necessarily good with, you do have to learn to fight 5 people at a time. Like, you got to know that if you punch somebody, that you're getting punched 5 times, and it might not all come at the same time, and you might not be able to block it. In fact, you won't be able to. So learning to take a hit is just as much important as learning how to give a hit.
Yeah.
Avoid confrontation is the best, if you possible.
100%.
At least in my home, and I've got one of these big cans of pepper gel in all of our cars, But at least in my home, I've got it set up with cameras and all kinds of shit, and the netting and on, to where they look at my place because I see them riding their little BMX bikes, the meth heads, and they look at my place and they immediately look away and they look at the neighbors. The neighbors got no cameras. They've got nothing. They're going to go to the neighbor's house. That's avoidance is really important, especially at my age and my health. You
cannot.
The older you get, you need to be more cautious on what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
If it's worth to deal with an attack in hand-to-hand combat. If you are in that age, you are not feel confident to do a hand-to-hand combat. Don't, because if you know that my reaction ability is not as it was, try to stay away from hand-to-hand combat, because that will get you killed or really badly injured.
I absolutely agree, because when there are 5 attackers, I'm talking about when you can't get away. Like I've been in that situation, and I'm not looking to fight anybody. I'm looking to avoid everything, but I just know that when you're walking down the street and all of a sudden 5 people are around you, or 7, or however many there are, you're in a troublesome, and that doesn't matter what age. And ultimately, they're probably going to go after elderly before
they do.
So, exactly. And so what I would say to that is be the Bob in the group. Bob, it sounds like you could probably go out and pull at least 25 push-ups or pull-ups at any given time.
I can do okay, but I really would rather not. Yeah.
Well, rather not. You'd rather not get mugged.
Well, that's what I mean. I would rather not get in. I'll grab one more thing and show you guys here something I set up for parking lot safety, because in my area, senior citizens get attacked frequently. Junkies, they attack the seniors and they hurt them really bad. And I'll show you something. Shadow and all you guys have seen this before, but I'll be right back.
Yeah.
So fitness and exercise is key as well. Keeping your health, keeping your fitness, exercising regular. It's good for you.
I agree with that.
And that really ties back into those herbs that you're supposed to be knowing what they are. When you start investigating those things instead of going to the doctor, and you know that this herb does this and this herb does that, and you just start taking it, well, all of a sudden your fitness gets better, because it's a body, mind, and soul situation. Like, you improve all the way around.
Can I chime in here real quick?
Yeah, sure, CR, no problem.
Why not, CR?
You were, before Bob starts here, when you were, this is Nubs, right? Talking?
Yeah.
Okay, when you were saying about like that confrontation, sometimes you have to de-escalate it, because once you engage in the confrontation, there's probably no going back from it, right? You're not going to be able to undo it.
I agree 100%.
For example, here's a real world example here that happened to me. I was at a bar, and someone tried to pick a fight with me in the washroom. Close quarters, one-on-one, right? I got no help, or like immediate help, right? Unless someone walks in the washroom, right? And this guy's like drunk, whatever, right? Tried to start crap, whatever, stuff like that. Nothing really happened, but I de-escalated that. I was just like, because the thing is, this guy's bigger than me. Even if I was trained or whatever, I'm like, I'm not gonna hurt one way or another. We're in a close quarters. Hello. But you're in a close quarters area, right? Yep. So it's just like, if you confront, it's just gonna get worse. Even if you're trained.
Absolutely, 100%. In my experience, anytime I did attempt to de-escalate, I was in kind of a different situation than drunk at a bar. I was walking down, at any given time, I was walking home from school, and I had a backpack, so, I was game. And
it's like the bully or something like that.
No, it's not the bully. What it is it's people protecting their neighborhood. I'm not melanated. I grew up in a melanated neighborhood. Wrong place, wrong time, but that's where I live. You know, like, yeah, you get what I'm saying. So sometimes you can de-escalate, and I would absolutely, and in your de-escalation, be aware and ready to go at any given time, 100%. Because you might be de-escalating and stepping back, and then all of a sudden you get something to the back, you know, like, and that goes back to situational awareness. It's a loop in a loop in a loop, if you really want to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't turn your back on that.
Yep.
Well, you have to have your back in one direction, so know where that direction is. Really, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Exactly. I wanted to show you guys this, and Shadow and all you guys have seen this before. I'm a senior citizen, and that's where most of the assaults happen to us, is when we're walking from our car to the supermarket or back. This is a dog leash. It's short, but it won't break. And these are fake keys. The real keys are made out of brass and they're heavy. And this is a real key fob, but it fits nothing. I carry this in my hand when I'm walking from the car to the supermarket and back. It's a weapon. You see, it's a dog leash. It's heavy, and if it gets snatched out of my hand, it's not going to open my car. It's not going to open my house, you know. But I could. The thing is, it's a deterrent, because if you look at me carrying this heavy objects that are just keys, are you going to go after me, who's got something in his hand, or are you going to go after the guy who's surfing his phone?
Yeah, and you got a little bit of more range than just your bare hands.
Right. And if I got to swing it at the guy and hit him with it or whatever I got to do, and if I lose it, no big deal, because now he can walk around the parking lot pressing the key fob, and it doesn't go to my car. It's a decoy, you know.
Yeah.
You know, Bob, a nice little you know those electric lighters? One of those in there when he hits the key fob will be pretty fun, because you just get a little bit of like it just, you get what I'm saying? It's an annoyance. Which brings me to another thing, is annoyances are good to know as well, because if you can get somebody where, like, if you're a buy your car and let's say somebody's coming at you and you have a piercing alarm on a second number, you know, like, that changes parameters, and it depends on how much reality you want to get into, you know, if we want to be super sleuth or, you know, but at the same time, that situational awareness, and if we're effectively every day, we're potentially walking into battle, like Bob is talking about. He goes to the store and he's holding this because he knows that any given time that meth head is going to come up over his shoulder and he's going to be prepared. So by knowing what annoyances are, you know, there's a lot of things that you can do that will be very annoying, so that it's just a general deterrent, you know, or like those alarms, those personal alarms are a great idea. Nobody pays attention to them, but it's annoying.
Hey, Joseph, good to see you.
Hey, Joseph. But yeah.
It's totally right, Maggie, good to see you, man.
Those panic alarms or something like that. Because if you think about it,
I have showed this before. This is my keychain.
Yep.
And this is a monkey fist with a 1-inch steel ball. And I can smash a window with this if I want to. And if I hit somebody in the head, oh man, he will hurt really bad.
Same with this. I got this all set up. So I get out of my car, I lock my car, I put my real keys away, and then I pull this right out of my pocket immediately and carry this in my hand. Yeah, same thing right there.
Yeah. And I also have my knockout spray on me all the time, even at work.
Good.
I have this one in my work pants. Even.
Can I chime in again on this? Because it reminds me, if someone's walking or jogging, let's say in a park or whatever, let's just say this situation, it's Central Park in New York City, right? And then this probably does happen. And I know this happens because there's stories out there. Real world examples of this, right? People walking or whatever, mugging, robbery, whatever, that kind of stuff, right? It's that thing's on you, and you know, situational awareness, right? You know, but sometimes They run right behind you. You got your headphones on, because people are jogging with their headphones in. I get that. But you're going to remember it's these things that are on you that'll probably help you. Let's just say something like a panic alarm or whatever to draw attention in terms of noise.
Yeah.
Let's say you got your keys on you to defend, or a water bottle on you, right? Probably, and you can, even if you're not really trained in quote unquote martial arts, well, most people can swing something if they really had to, right? And it might be more of a deterrent enough, or like where whoever's doing this towards this other person will be like, this ain't worth it, right? Now we're pain, all that stuff.
Well, that comment there, UK urban prepper, it's exactly what we're living in UK. If we were, no matter what you're carrying with you, if you if you get into a confrontation with someone who's trying to rob you, for instance, and you finish the situation, knock him out, or you will use whatever against them, 9 times out of 10 you're going to go to prison. You're going to get done, not the mugger. It's farcical.
Yeah. How funny that is! That the moment you defend yourself in some parts of the world, it doesn't matter what it is. The moment you defend yourself, you lose all the rights, but the actual criminal gets all those rights.
Wait a second. Who's the actual criminal in that situation? Because I wouldn't see it as the guy making the crime. I would see it from the guy that's okaying the crime. And the lack of self-defense. I'm not trying to get on a tangent, but if you really think about it, if you as a nation were to simply go walking through those beautiful horses that are standing in your way, I mean, call me an American, but you guys definitely caused a ruckus here.
Yeah, we live in at the moment here where we got to watch what we say. We got to watch.
I understand.
Do.
That's why I'm on American. I can say, and if you disagree or agree, you get to keep that where it's supposed to be on your country. I'm not looking for I'm just. That's the concept of and this is why they're afraid of these conversations. Whoever they might be.
It's also to do with globalism as well. It's because they want to be more tolerant worldwide. It's all to do with movement of peoples, and you don't want to say, no one wants to be classed as far right or a racist, or so.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at, even with that, because they've changed the meaning of those words to create the chaos.
Well, of course, this is how they, on the American dollar, it's got order out of chaos.
Yes.
I mean, it's got the pyramid, the eye at the top, the all-seeing eye, and the owl and the little owl in the corner, which is all to do with something to do with Greek philosophy, and so it's almost like as a world within a world, and they're living in a different planet. But,
it is because you have the forest for rest, and then you have the and it's either
you blocked out for a second there.
Yeah.
Long story short, we are living in a dual society. We have real humans, men and women, and then you have the other side. And the other side is, at least here in America, created by us, but then in turn governs us. It's wrong. Like, if you're not creating loss, injury, or harm to anybody and you're accountable for yourself, who is there to make a claim against you? Yeah, like, I don't know. Call me crazy.
Well, look, maybe they're just protecting themselves by protecting the criminals. And that's what, as PV was saying, in our
things, I don't say, there's a lot of things I don't say or show because of the situation here in Britain. I don't talk about many things because of that reason. I'll go quiet.
And that's honestly, sir, my heart goes out to you, because I would not be wanting to be in that situation where,
Exactly.
you know,
Yep.
like and to the other people that are listening in on that, to making sure he's paying his TV tax, I don't like you very much.
Yeah, I mean, well, I spend quite a large, well, me and the wife spend quite a large portion of our time scoping out other places to live, you know, in the British Isles and abroad.
Well,
You know,
I'm headed to Colorado. You come on out. We'll have a great, safe place.
Well, Texas was on my list, actually, to be.
Yeah.
Well, those mountains have gold in them, so it gives me something to do.
I'm heading to the Philippines. You guys all know that. A few
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, we know that, Bob.
Yep.
See, Bob,
You can't stay away
I've
from
heard that.
Philippines.
I've heard that. That's some crazy talk there, Bob.
I tell you what, I really do kick myself because about 16, 17 years ago, I had the opportunity to go live in New Zealand, and I just didn't take it.
That's not much better, though, nowadays.
I'd rather go there than here, put it that way.
That's sad.
I hear North Korea are accepting refugees from Britain. and Russia are as well. Russia have got a package on at the moment where they will settle UK residents down in somewhere in the east of Russia for free.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
How settled down, may I ask?
All
the way down, 6 feet down.
Pretty sad, really.
I think most of us, if we trace back our families, most of us would have families that go back to villages, small towns, small villages. What they've done to people is they brought us all into these cities around the world. And if you look at maps, you see little dots like London, you'll see Paris, you'll see and then when you drive in the countryside, there's just loads of space, loads of motorway. You just drive for hours and hours, and then you get to another city, and there's loads of people again. But in those countryside, you hardly see people, and you know, we wasn't designed to live like this. But yeah, going back to the villages, I think if we all went, but what we need to do is claim back our villages. You know,
Yep.
What's happened is these globalists, they've got people to come out of their villages, and now we're actually foreigners in our villages. You go back to your villages, they assume that because we live in a city, we're loaded. People assume that because we live in London, we wear bowler hats and we walk around with walking sticks. And, you know, they're always asking me to bring them big presents. When you come to Greece, bring me a generator. You know, another cousin said, when you come to Greece, bring me a shotgun. I was like, yeah, I'll just get on the plane with a shotgun and bring you a shotgun. And where am I, you know, when have I seen a shotgun?
Here's an example of what he's talking about, but this is a picture of, I do believe it's 14th century France or Paris. And notice how there's forts out there, but that's a lot of open space. That's a lot of fucking terrain. You know, so what he's saying is absolutely been being done. And then you look at the concentration. That's downtown. That's Charles de Moor. My French is not great.
It's a good map that depicts the fortifications and defensive structures in Paris.
Oh yeah, and the canals. And if you think about it, Paris is the city of love, right?
Used to be.
Yeah, it used to be.
What's that look like but a heart with all the ventricles?
Right. Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
It's not exact, but it's pretty damn exact.
Mm-hmm.
And with the inlet of the river and then how it goes out through, and even if you look at the shape of the streets at that point in time, it looks like veins. And then you have the canals as well. It's really kind of crazy. And if you do any research on Champ de Mars or whatever it is, that building has changed over the centuries multiple times, like full revamps within like a 2-year period. So they've been up to some shenanigans for quite a while. And we're sitting here fighting off with sticks and stones. I mean, like, even an American that has all the best of ops, we ain't got shit compared to the next local police department. They'll come in with a Bearcat. You know?
Oh, here, Nubs, you were talking about bells. You can, I'll show you where I got all my bells. So they got different sizes of these things. You can type in on Amazon jingle bells, and you take a look at my camera. Anybody, I think you should look into stuff like this. Simple little things like this give you a little bit of warning, give you a little bit of lead time. You know.
And the other thing that I see that does, Bob, is it doesn't have a battery.
Right. No solar, no battery, no nothing. You know, and it always works. So it was like $7 will get you how many different sizes of 50 pieces of little crowdle bells or jingle bells for $7. You know, stuff like that.
You get them in craft shops here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Easily.
Secondhand, at least here on America, secondhand stores are a great place to.
You're cutting out again.
Yeah, sounds like he's lagging. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can hear that too.
But I'll show you guys one more thing that projects coming up on my channel. I show almost everything I do on my channel. You know, this is an H harness, a load bearing harness like you wear in the military, and I got a couple more things coming from Amazon. Some strapping. I found a young lady who's got an industrial sewing machine, and she's going to sew some straps on the back of this for our escape and evade stuff. But I'll show that on my channel, and I'll have her sew this belt buckle right up on underneath the chest. So when you put more load on these H harnesses, they tend to slide off your shoulders. So this will prevent that. And then, but I'll have a look. But I'm making some escape and evade stuff. This is my wife's H harness or a load bearing unit. It's got a blowout kit, gauze and all that, water bottle, knife, pistol holsters, all that stuff on there. And I'm making this so that I can roll this up into a roll, and then we can fasten it right onto the back of this for escape and evade. You know, the best fight you ever got into was the one you were able to avoid. If something happens where we have to leave here, we're armed, and I'll go kick a hole in the back fence, and she and I are just going to slide out the back, find a place that we've already got several of them located where we're going to go and hide, sit down, shut the fuck up until danger passes, you know. But that's one of our plans. But yeah. All right. I'm all done. Damn it. I got to go soon. CR, you didn't give me even one reason to fire you today. What the hell? And he's present. What the hell?
I've been talking too much.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I didn't get to fire Guardian or anybody, you know. What the hell? You guys are disappointing the shit out of me, man.
Hey, Louis.
Hey, Louis. Good to see you.
Hi, Luke.
But yeah, guys, stay at it. Get stuff together right now during the good times, and it just takes time and effort. But stay on it. You know, you really want to. If you're really serious about protecting yourself and your family, get one thing at a time. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Stack it up, build it up. You know,
keep making progress. Right.
That's right. That's right. I didn't even. I'm just.
I mean, Bobby, if you want to fire me just for the hell of it, you can.
Oh, really?
Just to make you feel better.
Oh, shit! That would make me feel better.
I'll be nice. I could say a whole bunch of stuff so you can fire me if it makes you feel better.
That would make me. Thank you, CR. You're all right.
Yes, I know. I heard what happened last week. You kind of missed me. You had to fire everyone else instead. It wasn't the same.
Okay, Miss Worm, no problem. Okay, stay safe.
I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna bounce out of here, guys, and go look at my cute baristas and get my daily coffee. But until then, CR, you're fired. Now I feel.
I wouldn't
good.
have it any other way.
Just later, Bob.
Later,
Bob.
PV. Everybody, guys. God bless.
Later, Bob.
I had to give Bob a little bit of spotlight. How's it going, Lewis?
Okay, Ann, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think another biggest thing is where you live in the world. I don't necessarily mean like the States or Canada. You could be anywhere like that, but in the country and the city.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said earlier, at some point, you when your preps run low or the situation's died down, you might get lulled into a false sense of security where things may appear to be normal.
Complacency.
Yeah, complacency. Well, not complacency, but when you haven't got complete rule of law and people think they can just literally do what they like, and there's no consequence of their actions at that time, then you've got to up your game, and it all comes down to everything stemming from individual training, your individual skills, your personal first aid skills, your
experience,
personal awareness, your personal communication, down to as a group, 2 people or more, how you communicate with each other, how you move with each other. Well, I'm not talking about bounding, from tree to tree and avoiding, people watching you, that sort of stuff. I'm literally talking about how you move along a street, for instance, in a high threat zone area, which basically what we're talking about, really. So, all-round observation at any one time, communication. How are you going to notify the next person that someone, you see a threat?
Hey, Selena, good to see you, man.
Hey, Selena, have you got fallback plans to retract to if anything does happen? How are you going to cope and, all the what ifs, the actions on?
Hey, Raby, good to see you.
Encountering hostility, coming across obstacles. Because it may not be just physical, people we're talking about here. It may be animals, that have been let loose from a zoo, for instance, in a riot, which has happened. Or it may be some physical obstruction from a collapsed structure from a building or something like that. Or you may be in a subway.
Yeah.
Or, stuff like that. So
yeah, you can't jump the tracks.
If there's a big rush in the subway, for instance, then, you got the stampede effect and the threat of being forced into a bottlenecked area.
Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you guys. You all right?
Are you okay? I've been prepared.
Not so bad. I've been introduced to so many great new channels that I didn't even know exist. So this is brilliant.
Yeah. So
welcome.
Scope out the area is basically what we're saying is scope out the area, have your individual skills sorted out, have your group skills sorted out, and as a collective unit, sort yourselves out. Look how people operate, look how the police operate, look how individual military units operate. A large portion of their actions over and above individual and collective skills is intelligence. What's going on the ground? How, what's the attitudes for people?
Yeah.
Is there encroaching gangs into your area or encroaching opposition groups and stuff like this? These will all affect people's, your actions, your routes of movements and all this sort of stuff. What are you going to do if you break down because you could be in a vehicle? Then you're starting to get into deep shit then, because if you're broken down in a hostile area, hostile, as in, if you stay there overnight, you're gonna, people are gonna come for you and start raiding, looting your vehicle, etc., and start taking what everything they want off it. Then have you got the means of communication to call someone else to come and rescue you or tow you back or this sort of stuff? There is literally a whole host of things, tick boxes you could go through, and it might not happen. You might go out into post SHTF or riot situation or civil unrest situation. Nothing happens. Fine. Don't get complacent. Build up your intelligent picture. You speak to people. Get the word on the street, so to speak. But yeah, your personal skills and drills is a lot to answer for, because if you get separated, that's all you've got. You yourself, what's on your body, that's it.
It amazes me how many people still can't read a map.
Exactly, yeah. And not just a conventional map either, a street map, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. I mean, all well and good. There's some of these apps you get, and all well and good. Some are fine. You can put them into offline mode and stuff like this. But if people are going to do that, at least have some sort of power bank as a means of battery. Have a power bank that's going to charge your phone 2 or 3 times over, at least, if they haven't got those sorts of skills.
Still adding points of failure, though, right? It's not going to have a point of failure with a laminated map of the area,
Oh, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There you go. London A to Z. I think I've got one of them. I've not been to London for about 10 years.
Some people can't even read one of these.
Some people can't read.
Yeah. I was in a shop the other day and I asked one of the staff members a question. I can't remember now. I forgot. Anyway, and they said to me, I have to speak to my colleague, because they couldn't understand what I was saying. So then I found another. It was Aldi's. So I found another staff member, and I asked them again. I was looking for something anyway, organic carrots. And they didn't understand me neither. I was like, let me just get my friend. And I was like, this is like terrible. Like, it's 2 people I've spoke to that can't understand me. How did they get a job?
Yeah.
How did they get a job in London?
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I was in Sports Direct another time, and I said, have you got a medium T-shirt in blue, please? And he's like, what? It was like Manuel. Care? I said, care? I said, what do you mean care? No, blue medium T-shirt. I was like, flip it. I was like, what are you guessing now? What's going on? The quality control around, these globalists don't care now. They're just ruining everything completely. Even our shopping trips are like, they don't understand what you're saying anymore. They don't care. They're just like, before it was like the customer's always right. Now they're like, get out of my shop. Or if you don't like my food, don't come back.
Customer service has gone down the hill in this country completely because they all think they're entitled to a job and they all think they have the rights to it. And, the one benefit of American having a tipping culture is they work for the tips and they smile and they're courteous for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was.
When's the last time you were in America?
I was in Dallas about 8 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while. We don't do that crap anymore.
But you're not nice anymore.
Fast. Things are changing worldwide very fast. I think what's happening as well, people are within their spirits. They're getting very cold, and that love is sort of becoming for most people now. They're just they're just becoming colder and colder. What Selena, the Celestials, put there, the real love. You're lucky that there's even a human being to talk to here at the shops. It's mostly converted to self-service robot checkouts. We got them here, and they're really annoying.
Oh, no.
You go to your shop and you put it there, and it goes, "Wait for assistance." Like, am I old enough to get carrots? And they laugh and they fix the machine, and then it goes off again. It's like, hang on, wait for assistance. I'm like, these flipping things are useless. Like, and they come back again, and I say, am I old enough to have a cabbage? And fix the machine again. And it's like they're blooming useless. Like, you know, and you think, why are they doing it? It's like our whole experience, but they do it. I think they do it on purpose because it's problem, reaction, solution. Like maybe somewhere's maybe there's hidden cameras in these things, and they've got like, you know, videos of us all sort of having our own silly experiences at the machines all the time. You know, it's just getting worse. A lot of these staff as well, they're like, yeah, we know they're rubbish. We know they're rubbish. And you're like, well, why do they put them? I think they put them there on purpose because they want a new system.
Absolutely.
You know, they
have you gentlemen ever heard of the book Mrs. Bigsby and the Rats of Nim?
No.
Can't say I have.
Okay. It was required reading back when I was a kid. But basically it's about these rats, and long story short, NIM is not a fictitious place. NIM is the National Institute of Mental Health here in America, and they did a study on rats. I would strongly recommend every one of you looking at that study, because it shows society. It shows society in different situations, because rats and humans, we respond a lot alike.
What was the outcome of it?
Depended on the experience. It depended on the setup.
Was it a group think type, group mob mentality action from the rats?
In some situations, yes. In some situations, you had choke points that were protected by guards, and it actually caused different behaviors. And I'll say different because I don't want to get anybody's channel struck or anything like that, but different in the sense of a very, very, very far left with, like, you know, makeup and wigs.
Yeah.
Like, it caused that as a result of the actions of the experiment. They didn't start off that way. They went that way because they were overpowered and dominated, and they couldn't get to food. They could not get to what they needed. So they took what's less than. And I think that it's not just personally, I would say that what this world is not, it's not missing love for your brother. It's missing love for yourself. It's being
in all areas, in every area. It's like lack of quality control, lack of care, lack of duty. You got police don't turn up. You got, you know, the nursing hospitals. The nurses are struggling. They're even going to food banks. It's like the cost of living crisis worldwide.
All of that can be surmised in one thing, and that's self-discipline, which is self-love. If we were more disciplined as a society across the boards, it wouldn't be able to invade because everybody would be to a higher standard instead of the lowest common denominator being the ruler.
Well, sadly, if you're ruled by people that make money the sort of focus of everything, then you've got a society that sort of want to keep up with the Joneses. They've got to have the latest car, latest phone, latest laptop, latest this, and, you know, people look down at you if you've got the oldest, you know, last year's model. If you're not keeping up with everything, you know, you're sort of behind, and it's a big.
Who are the Joneses?
Well, this is it. Everyone gets caught up in this trap. You don't really have to get caught up in this trap, and the good thing is, you know, as preppers, we try to think differently. We try to think, well, hang on a sec, you know, this what's going on here, it doesn't seem right, and we're trying to think differently and escape. Maybe in our minds, we're trying to, you know, prepare. Well, we're in a way, yeah, we're trying to prepare for, you know, it's like a parachute, you know, perhaps in a way. Our bug out bags, our preps. It's like, well, we'll just bail out of this situation because it's got really dire, because, you know, they can't see the consequences of their actions. They can't see if you put a load of guys that are crazy about this team, you know, really crazy about this team, and you put them in a room, and next minute you put another load of crazy people in the same room, you know, it's going to be terrible. And it's like, why do they do things like this? Why are they upsetting the peace and of the people in countries throughout Europe, throughout America, wherever? You know what you know. Again, we've spoken earlier about cheap labor. You know, resources. There's, you know, they're fighting over resources. Next minute, 1 minute they're like, well, we want those resources. No, let's have a war. Next minute, let's do a deal for the resources. Okay, there's no more war. Everyone's like happy. You know, let's just carry on as normal. And
that's why I say look up the rats of Nim. What you're talking about right there. Look that study up. It was a very long study that was done, and there was a lot of American taxpayer money that went in to find out how this society works. And based off of this research that I've done on the topic, it's very accurate to what's going on, because when you introduce different stressors into the community, you have some that comply and some that do not, and the ones that do not eventually, because of numbers, go away.
Hey, Ron Expose, how you doing? Unique name.
Yeah, it is.
I'll give someone another scenario. So this week, it's come to light. There's an emerging, another mystery illness is on the horizon, and we've had 1,000 cases so far, 60 deaths of a type of hemorrhagic type fever that's springing up. It's not Marburg, it's not Ebola, because the victims have been tested for those. That sprung up in the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's starting to spread.
Congo
So,
Kinshasa, right?
yeah, there's two little villages which are the center of attention, and it's, you know, I'm just currently watching there's various airports that international destinations that fly out of DRC. It's the 11th biggest country in the world. It's quite a big area, but most of it's jungle. Anyway, I'm currently watching the situation, you know, COVID Mark II sort of scenario. And so you can imagine this sort of scenario happening again. We may be in a lockdown situation. We may not be. Crime may escalate. It may not. But when you get people like drug addicted people, the druggies, the dealers, not being able to move around freely, they start to go a bit more crazier. And then, you know, slowly rule of law starts to break down in effect, because, you know, you got assets tied up, police are tied up doing this, etc., etc. So you got a sick member of the family, and you have to go down to the nearest pharmacy, for instance, or wherever it is, to get certain medications. How do you get there? What actions would people take to get there? Simple scenario, and it's quite, you know, quite a common scenario. It could happen next week, as far as we're concerned. It's the sort of thing people have got to think about. You know, when you leave your sort of home or perimeter, that's it.
So we're talking about still in rule of law, I'm assuming. It's just it might be tied up and the law's not exactly responsive. Is that what we're saying?
Exactly, yeah. That's one scenario. Yeah, it's a fine line.
Once a criminal knows the law ain't coming,
Hey, Gil,
you're out of rule of law.
Yeah, yeah. So perceived.
Hey, Gil.
You know,
it's all perceived.
Yeah,
all of it.
Yeah. When there's a perception that nothing's going to happen, there's no consequence, and it's sort of like, you know, not quite a free for all, but we're almost there. Then,
how much do I like this imaginary family member?
That is a legitimate question. You guys are laughing. That's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
What advantage? And I'm not saying take them out no, not at all. That's just ridiculous. What I'm saying is take them out of your equation. Uncle Billy ain't coming with, because Uncle Billy's a drunk and he's going to slow us down.
Yeah, true. I mean, how you react is definitely going to be different based on a family member. If it was one of my kids, I'd go there. I'd take whatever risk I needed to get whatever I need. Exactly. Yeah. So it depends what family member, I suppose. For me, yeah.
So then the
you're talking apples and oranges with Uncle Billy.
Yeah, it gets a bit more serious then. So you know, if it is one of your kids, then you will go out basically.
Yeah,
you
definitely
will do what you got to do. And
Well,
so
and
you
see,
know, you're
that's
going out
really
into a situation where others have got to do what they've got to do as well. You know.
That's really where the concept of knowing your herbs comes in, because if you start implementing those things now, then you aren't even going to put yourself in that environment in the first place, like at all. You don't need to go out to the facilities to get this, that, or the other thing, because the consumables like Band-Aids, etc., those you have, but everything else you're either growing on your property or you've actively got dried and ready to go.
Hey, Gil. Good to see you.
Hey, Gil.
Let me fix my background. Let me make my background more appropriate.
You go into the bunker, yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Expandables.
I brought the team in.
Yeah. That fits very, very nicely too.
Can I chime in on something, because you guys?
Yeah, sure, CR.
About these things.
CR, you sound a bit low in volume there. We can just about hear you.
Yeah, you're a little bit low in volume. I agree.
Okay, I'll just talk louder.
There you go.
Time for a song. No, I'm only kidding. Only kidding.
Go on, CR. Come in, CR.
CR, Planet Earth, call in. Hi, Gary. Welcome, Gary.
All right, I think you guys can hear me now.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Greyman prepping. Hi, good evening.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. I had to
Gil,
switch.
it's Gil as well. Yes,
anyways,
good
like I was trying to say was, like, some of these things are happening while the grid's up, while society's up, while society's kind of typical, right? And we got to remember that these things are happening already, right? So just imagine when food's more scarce, the water, right? I mean, like, look at people fighting over TP 5 years ago, right? And that was just over that. Right. Yep. And people actually went to jail because of that, and stuff like that. People got into fights, right? So in terms of what Nubs was saying about preparing beforehand, right, and all this stuff, this is what we do. We prepare beforehand, so you don't necessarily have to go to the store right away, right? You can wait until it's kind of less stressful, I guess, right? Or wait till the next day, right? Wait till it blows over, as they say.
Or wait till they've killed each other.
Yep.
Or something along the lines of that, right? You're just buying yourself time. You have more lead time. You have a more buffer zone of time because you have the resources beforehand in a situation like this, right?
Yeah.
So I hope that makes sense. Because I thought that was always the premise of preparedness, right? Is so you don't actually have to stick your neck out right away. Because you're more ready beforehand. You don't actually have to engage into this right away.
Hope you got a good list, stash of supplies and sustainability assets that will see you through this sort of event.
You've got to also realize, obviously, preparedness veterans from the UK as well. We can't stockpile antibiotics. We can't stockpile certain medications. There's lots of stuff. If we go and buy paracetamol, we can only get 2 packs of 16 in one transaction. That's how controlled it is over here. So,
are you able to grow gardens?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for the herbal stuff. Nob's 100% behind you there.
If you ever need any,
there was also a crackdown on herb people that had herbal gardens in this country, in the UK. There was that's
what I'm saying.
Yeah, there was a big crackdown here in the UK, and what they did was they said, well, you've got to be kind of registered if you're going to sort of be someone growing these different types of herbs and stuff like that, because people were helping their local neighbours with herbs.
It's a different scenario when you're growing stuff to sell. It's a lot more controlled.
Yes.
that's a completely different ballgame. Registration and stuff like that. Because if you grow something to sell and someone dies as a result or gets ill as a result of your
wait a second. Didn't they give us all vaccine or attempt to give us all vaccines if we're killing people and everything?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That law only
They're
applies.
the government. That's because they're the government, and they could legally do that to us. And that's like the Vatican saying, "Well, look, we're the boss of the Catholic Church because we changed the day. We changed the day from Sunday to Saturday. I mean, sorry, from Saturday to Sunday, and you can't do anything about it. It's all like mafia stuff. So but also you just be aware of the local laws whatever country you're in." Because even in certain places in the UK, you can't even go into areas. And if you sort of grab some herbs or you grab some fungus or you grab something, it's illegal. They've actually got notices up saying, "Don't touch anything. Don't you can't forage."
That's also they can control everybody, because if you grow the herbs and you have everything else and you grow it, now you're self-sufficient and you're uncontrollable. You're a rebel. And they don't want that. So you got to control you.
That's where learning. Okay, so you have herbs and then you have herbs, and they're two different classifications a lot of the time, because like plantain, for instance, is not a normally used herb. It's a forgotten herb. Just like nettle, we try to get rid of. So basically, all of our hosta, you can eat hosta. We all have hostas. They're across the boards, except maybe down in like Africa or something, But one of these is a great idea for your go bag. I will definitely say that. A nice, good, thick, heavy magnifying glass.
Yep.
Hey, Second
Serves
Star.
all sorts of
family.
And you can sharpen one end and use it as a cutting tool as well for skinning.
Yay, we got Star here.
What's up, CR brother?
Hello, welcome.
Yeah, I'd just maybe learn just different skills.
Here's the thing, okay? My dad's side of the family is all Cherokee, right? I grew up with the whole herbalism and using this and that and all that stuff, right? People of today do not have the antibodies of people 200 years ago.
I disagree. I use that medicine all the time.
Because you built yourself up to use it, correct? How long?
I guess.
How long have you been using it?
I see where you're coming from. Okay, I get where you're coming from.
A normal person that lives in society, lives in a big city, all their life been taking regular medicine. Your small little herbs, your wild lettuce, all your tinctures, all your balms, all this stuff takes time to heal somebody. It's just like saying, "Oh, I'm going to go out and get some wild honey and slather it on my, open cut, and I'm going to be healed tomorrow." No, you're in a wilderness. Yeah, you're in a wilderness or an urban situation. Okay, there's dirt and animal feces, animal urine, everything out in the wilderness that's going to infect you and kill you quicker than those herbal remedies are going to kill you. And it's worse in the city. If it's an end of the world situation, you have to realize humans are going to be dead. Humans are going to be rotting. There's going to be trash everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Things are going to be 10 times worse. We, as a survival community, are living our realities, living our fantasies in a perfect world right now. All this is hypothetical. It is not an end-all, beat-all. Everything that we say, everything that we do, because we are living, we don't even know how that's going to take place. We don't. It is hypothetical. No matter what you say or what you do or what you read in a written book that was written 60 plus years ago, we have never been in a world-ending event. Nobody has.
Correct.
I mean, we have to stop thinking
Well, it depends. It depends on where some people in the past thought that their sort of nation was the whole world. Some people thought that their country was the whole world, and they were going out to conquer stuff that was the unknown. It wasn't part of the world to them. To them, the world was theirs. Many empires have come and gone, and many people consider themselves to be God.
But the thing is, with those situations, it was what is it called? Assimilation. You go to another world, another country, another civilization. You destroy their way of being, but you take those people into your ranks. Those people never were extinct. They were bred into another culture, another religion, another whatever.
Easter Island.
Same thing. They were bred. They were captured. They were moved around. Like they were
disappeared. Maybe
it's the same thing. It's the same thing as saying the Aborigines were extinct. No, they're not. I mean, they get interbred. They get all this lost knowledge and everything. Yeah, it's cool. It's wonderful to learn. But the thing is how are they going to really affect you in a real life situation? Not your weekend warrior,
It's true. It's true. Many preppers do spend a lot of time saying, "Well, this could happen
in a perfect situation, brother. In a perfect situation, we can go down to the store. How many people do you see on survival channels and everything going on their survival outing and making a 4-course meal? Eating $1,200, snow crab legs, eating a T-bone steak while they're supposed to be surviving. In a real survival situation, you're not going to have that. You're not going to have a 4-course meal. You're not going to be sitting there, in a swing back chair or a wonderful little hammock, all warm and toasty in front of your fire in a real survival situation when people are trying to kill you.
Yeah, true.
You're not. You're going to sit down there with a cold can of beans and watching every month.
I want to tag on to something you said a little bit earlier there. Is that when you're talking about the herbs and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I would say the vast majority of modern society countries, especially those that get their wheat and oats and stuff from the Americas.
Uh-huh.
The eating that stuff kills the majority of all the bacterium and stuff in your gut that's supposed to be, processing and keeping you healthy,
right?
Processing the foods and stuff. I don't want to get Shadow in trouble here, so I'm going to try to use a code word here.
Yeah.
The stuff that got sprayed on the stuff that sounds like what the cowboys used to do with the cattle.
Yeah.
Okay. So that stuff goes on. To find out, it goes on for generations.
Correct.
It travels from one food to another food to another food.
Yeah.
And so even if you're not eating the grains and stuff from countries that are using it, if those grains are used to feed cows or pigs or lambs, you're still getting it.
Yes. And that's what I was saying. Everything's full circle, brother.
Yeah. So it's going to take the herbs. If you start going to herbal medicine stuff now, it's going to still take a long time to get your gut back into shape.
Yes.
Be able to handle it. Now, the other thing to talk about here real quick, I wanted to point out, I just got reminded of some data I had that I was told not to use, but now it's out in the public, so now I can use it. The parameters that was used here in the United States to figure out what would happen if the power was out for a year, what would be the effect of just the power grid going down for a year. And they, the estimates was 85 to 90% fatality across the board.
Yes, yes, sir.
However, how that was based upon wasn't much math at all. That some of us were trying to tell them, hey, no, you need to use these other parameters. They just said, well, all right, 200 years ago, before electricity, how many people were being supported by the country? And they said, all right, that was 30 million or whatever compared to what we have today. All right, so that means we're going to lose 90%. The problem is that 30 million 200 years ago knew how to live off the land, knew how to hunt. So technically, the number should be closer to 92 to 97%.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, also, you got to look at a majority of the people that are in hospitals, the majority of people that are in elderly homes, the majority of people, that need dialysis, all that kind of stuff. If the grid goes down and power goes down, that's a huge majority of people. You know how many people are on just dialysis alone, every month?
And then here's the other problem too, along with that, is going to be manufacturing of certain things, like for you, such as insulin.
Yep.
And so there's a whole other thing. And so there's going to be a lot of secondary problems because of, the grid was down for a year, and it may even grow higher if you take into account secondary problems such as airborne diseases, waterborne diseases, and everything else. The cities without power for a year, I kind of froze there for a second.
Yeah, you froze up for a minute.
Are going to be closer to 100% fatalities.
Yeah. Like me, I can survive because I'm a type 1 insulin dependent diabetic. Okay. You get all these people saying, oh, you can get bitter melon, you can get the Rocco weed, you can do that, and it's an insulin helper. No, that is an insulin helper for type 2 diabetics that have a semi-working pancreas. Mine don't. Don't tell me that herbs save everything, because it doesn't. No. If you have that mindset, you've never been sick. You've never been truly sick. I'm talking about with real medical problems. A lot of people, if the grid goes down, all of that medicine, all those pharmacies, everything, that's the first thing that 90% of the people are going to raid is pharmacies because of medicine. They're not going to sit back.
Actually, the ones that are going to be doing the raiding, most of the raiding of it are the gangs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yes, and people that's close by. You got the person that's every week.
The gangs are going to show up with their guns. Close by are just going to show up with a pickaxe handle to break into, or a hammer to break into it, and it's going to be like, okay, I'm bringing a pickaxe handle to a gunfight.
Well, I live in Texas, so
yeah. All right. Yeah. Everybody down there carries concealed.
Right. I'm just saying. Out in the country and everything, it's redneck versus redneck, pretty much. Yeah. It's redneck convicts versus rednecks, and in the city, then it's gang versus city folk.
Yeah.
But the thing is we need to look at reality, the reality of everything. Reality doesn't care about you. Reality doesn't care about humanity. Reality doesn't. If you're in a survival situation, if you are in a individual situation, you say, oh yeah, I'm going to have a compound. I'm going to have CR. I'm going to have shadow. I'm going to have gray man prepping. I'm going to have all these people over here protect. We're all going to watch. take shifts and do all this stuff. You know what? Food talks. What's that saying? The world is only 3 meals away from anarchy. Mm-hmm. When there's so many people sharing a meal out of one pot, and say I give CR a first bit of this food, and then I give, you know, Gray Man, I give him, you know, his food. I give Shadow his. I give everybody theirs. Then me, I give them my share, and they see a little bit more fluid or a little bit more whatever come out of the pot. Guess what?
Yeah.
2 or 3 times of doing that,
you're going to be upset.
Right. And it's going to be an internal war. It's not, I've got your back, you got my back. There's none of that in a lawless society. The only reason why we act civilized and human is because we have law and order right now.
Yeah.
Just before you go, I've got to shoot off, Shadow, so I'll have to catch you in a while. So
no problem.
Yeah, no worries. I'll catch you all later, and thanks for the chat, folks.
Take care.
Take care, veteran brother.
Take care.
All right, see you later, folks.
But it's like me. I work security. You think I'm going to stay at my post protecting this area and everything when the end of the world happens? No. I'm leaving. I'm going to my family. I'm going to protect my family. It's the same thing with any other person in law enforcement, in healthcare, in anything. If they have a family to protect or somebody in their family to protect, they are going to take care of themselves and their family.
Assuming that they know that it's a situation beyond.
Oh, they will. Emergency people will know before anybody else.
Yeah. But I mean, like you said about that group dynamic.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's your plan, if that's what you've prepared for, surely you should have some sort of governance or law and order in place, laws of your community already to avoid that kind of situation within the first week, right?
Oh yeah, that works. I mean, look at jail systems. You know, I mean that works all the time.
That's about who you pick to bring in your community, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, here it's mostly friends. It's people in a Facebook community that make these groups. You know, people that you've never seen before or whatever, and you go out once a month to the wilderness, or you go on a hiking trip or something, and y'all think you're going to make a compound and you're going to be invincible like the Walking Dead or whatever, you know, and
I get what you're saying, because everyone puts the best foot forward in that situation. Till you're living with someone 24/7, you don't know they're a complete arsehole, right?
Right. Because there's something else to your face, but something different behind your back.
I mean, I would say there's got to be a lot of pre-prep work done if you're organizing a mag based on people you're meeting once a month, because you are going to have to live with these people, right?
Right.
Well, there's another thing that goes in on this is that we can all get along as friends and stuff. Working at work together or whatever else. However, once you're in that 24/7, and you could be good first couple of weeks, everybody could be going perfect and smooth.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, somebody realizes that CR up here snorts all the time, and it starts getting on their nerves.
I do not.
And then they realize that I snore at night, and that gets on everybody's nerves. And all of a sudden, everybody's starting to get irritated and stuff. It's not on purpose or not because any big things, just little things. And you need to be able to take a break from everybody else, to maintain your sanity. And that's where it's difficult. Most people think about having a large enough group. All right, you're on vacation today. You're on vacation day. You're on vacation day. Get out of here. Go out there. Go fishing.
Yeah.
You need to take a 5-minute.
Yeah, and just go. We have a large enough area. You guys go out there by yourselves, commune with Mother Nature, pretend you're a hippie, and come back rejuvenated. And then the next 3 will go out, or however you want to do it.
That's an absolute great point, because I hear people talking about these groups all the time. I've talked to like loads of different preppers and stuff, and they always talk about people having to put the back into it, work 24/7, do all this, but no one ever speaks about they might need a break, they might need a Sunday off, they might need a week.
No, they think everybody loves work. They think everybody that, and that's another thing. Going back to history, going back to lives, the lives of people 200 to 500 years ago. You know, they had to do that every day because that's the way it is. Now, the only reason why people work nowadays is for money, not for anything else. And, you know, when they have to be pushed to shove to actually work to survive, that's different because it's never ending. You know what I mean? Like, there's something that's got to be fixed. There's always something that has to, you know.
Can I ask you a question off the back of that?
Yeah.
Have you seen this new Homestead film?
No, I don't watch Homestead because it's a false reality.
Well, I was just wondering. That's going to be the question. How rooted in realism do you think it was? Was going to be the question.
Look at the history of every single person that lives in a quote unquote tiny home. We humans are pack animals. Humans need interaction. Human interaction. Humans cannot survive, or we become feral. You can look up at what is it? The guy that was kicked off his boat for mutiny and everything in one of the Mexican islands. He was on that island, the Tongan survival list or whatever. Like he was put on a desert island for 12 years, and he lost the ability to talk. He was grunting, everything, turning feral because he was not around humans. And the whole entire mindset of being away from everything, not interacting with anybody, being a lone wolf, all that stuff has consequences against everybody. It's just like people in chat or whatever can say, oh, I can be a lone wolf. I can go out in the woods and survive with a knife.
Everyone thinks they're Rambo.
Yeah.
And along the same thing, if you think back to the American, frontier and stuff with the mountain men. The mountain men tried to have rendezvous for, at least twice a year.
Yes.
To socialize. And a lot of the mountain men weren't solo; they were teams.
Right.
So you had like 2 or 3 going out and doing an area. That way they could look after each other.
Yes.
And they had social interaction.
Yeah. It's like all the Canadian fur traders. They had groups of men, and we want to glamorize the past. We want to glamorize all this stuff that goes on, that went on X amount of times. We're looking at the big picture. We're not looking at the intricate pictures of what really was going on in those situations. We don't really look at the human interaction part of things. We don't look at the psychosis of what's really going to happen. We don't look at how do you handle a situation when you're starving? Like, can you function properly? You haven't ate in 24 hours. Can you think properly? Like, everybody thinks, oh, I'm going to throw a 150-pound backpack on my back, walk out into the woods, and live like like a king. Yeah.
Can I say most of them people haven't walked 150 yards with that backpack. The people that
correct. 20% of the people that say that is also overweight and have health problems and smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day.
Yeah. I'm
Like,
relatively healthy, and I did 90 miles last year with a backpack, and it's no mean feat. And there's people in the country saying, "Oh, I'm going to do 200 miles and just go up to Scotland." It's just, you're not realistic.
It's like, have you ever lifted a 5-gallon jug of water and tried to carry it more than 5 feet? You know, unless you're in Africa where the wind balance it on their head, good luck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like there are several things. You know, most people forget there are 3 rules of 3, and most people forget them.
Yeah.
3 minutes without air, the average person dies.
Right.
3 days without water, the average person dies. 3 weeks without food, the average person dies.
Yeah.
And then of course here in America we had the big migration disaster called the Donner Group, which Donner passed California, where they started late, they got caught in early snow, and they wound up eating each other.
Yep. Yes, sir. And you know, I don't care.
After they ate all the horses, after they ate all the livestock, after they boiled the shoe leather, then they started eating their dead.
Yep. And you know that's people. You say you're a vegan. You could say whatever, and I love you. So I know you're vegan, but the thing is when you're starving, morality, everything takes over. When you are truly starving, you will eat anything.
Or do anything.
Right. It doesn't matter what you are.
Yeah. And it coming back to like some of these things are happening when the grid's up, when society is happening. Just imagine if those things are thrown out the window, right? Grid's down, society's collapsing, or civil unrest or whatever, right? It might be more extreme, the situation.
Yeah. Welcome back,
where
brother.
where people will do whatever, right?
Yes, and that's the thing. I mean,
now throw into the fact of families into that.
Right.
You have a dad and a mom with little kids that are starving. What are they going to do to try to get food for their kids?
That's when them friendly neighbors become very unfriendly very quickly.
That's when your neighbors become targets.
Or liabilities.
No, targets.
Oh, okay.
Like me. I have just on my one street, I have 3 ranches, 3 cattle ranches. If push comes to shove and the end of the world starts tomorrow, guess what? They ain't around no more. And I'm taking over their land. And guess what? I've built. No, there's no negotiation. In the middle of the night, it's going to be done. But the thing is, and I've even built a community with these people. We put trading, and we put a trading box at the end of the thing. If you need milk or whatever, you put, you get a free coupon or whatever, and you put eggs in here, and they can take whatever they need of eggs or whatever. We have a community, but you know what? That community breaks. That community will stop when everything's out the door.
I mean that does sound pretty ruthless to me. Don't get me wrong, but are people not an asset in that situation as well? Is it not strength in numbers? Because if you take out them people around you, the people you could have trusted, and a roving gang comes through, and you're on your own, you know what I mean?
Here's the thing: people that live in cities worry about gangs. You know how long it takes driving to get the big city out to where I live? An hour drive.
I get that, but you will still have people eventually making them, maybe not in mass numbers and not all the time, but you will still get people out there, and I just still think the strength in numbers. I've got to think about it slightly differently. Obviously, in the UK, it's a smaller place. It's not that far for them to come out of the city to become rural, stuff like that. There's people in the UK that say they're going to bug out to the wilderness.
I mean,
because you're going to bump into 6 people.
Yeah, you got alley thugs that are sitting in your back corner. That's different. In the city, you have more to worry about than you do in the country. Like, there's populated country spots, then there's rural country spots. Rural country spots and everything. 90% of city folk are not going to come out to the country unless they're trying to get away from the city. Like, you're not going to see mass gangs and all this stuff until the cities have been raided completely. Because the gangs are going to worry about what they have within their eyesight. They're not going to worry about, 3-hour drive. They're not, or if there's no gas, because gas will run out. What they say, if an end of the world happens, gas will run out of gas stations and everything in less than a month.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when Texas had its oil crisis and everything, they literally was only allowing people to gas up 5 gallons a day. That was it. And they were only running one pump at a time. And you're talking about lines of people in Texas. In San Antonio, where I live, there is almost 6 million people, I think.
Yeah.
So, trust me, they're not worried about in the country.
Yeah.
How much drive-by?
Yeah.
And they will ask you, do you need a ride?
I got a question for everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat.
All right, go ahead.
How many months of food do you have? I started out. I got 18 months here. My wife is still working in California. She has 24 months of food there for the 3 of them.
Hold on, I gotta ask my wife because she's the one that does all the pantry stuff.
And that's not counting the growing stuff in the garden.
Hey, hon, how many months do we have in our country if everything happens?
If tomorrow, if we can't go to the grocery store, we've got 2 years.
We got 2 years, she said, of everything that we have. And that's with cats and dogs too.
I've got a space issue. We obviously have a lot smaller houses over here and stuff like that. Yeah. But if I had to ration as well, I could go to 6 months with what's here. It's probably 3 or 4 months comfortably, 6 months if it was reduced. And I've got a secondary stash location that's got a further 6 months in there.
Yeah.
But till I move, I'm looking to move to a place where I can grow more and be more, productive that way.
Yeah, Thorhaven. Yeah. He's got 4 years worth of meat, and that 4 years worth of meat next year will be another year's added on to it as he'll start breeding his Highland cows.
Nice. That's the way to do it.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to see. All right. My grandparents were born here in Idaho. I was born in California. Back when it was California before the socialists took over and ruined it. I froze again, stupid internet. I grew up on an 1.25 acre property there in California. We had chickens, we had horses, we had cows, we had pigs. And so I grew up with a lot of that. And then one of the reasons why we decided to retire out of California was all the laws that Governor Moonbeam and his demon rats were passing to take stuff from retirees. So I thought, all right, I'm going back to Idaho where my grandparents came from. Most people call this a town, but it's a incorporated city, 1/4 mile square. There are 4 access points into it. I would say 75% of the people here are of like mind. The other 25, those will be the first ones gone, one way or another. But we can secure it. We have people here that raise just about of that 75%. Just about all of them have a garden. Most people raise either goats, pigs, or cows.
I'm different. I raise chickens, I raise guinea pigs, and I raise lion's mane hares.
Yeah. And so here, anybody that's raising anything else also has turkeys and chickens.
Yes.
And you go 8 miles east of us, and you're in the Grand Tetons, where everybody goes hunting for elk and deer.
Yes.
We, those of us of like mind that have been talking and planning just in case, we're going to isolate the city, block off the roads and stuff, and we got irrigation water from the Snake River, so we can run water through here, and everybody can have it. We have well waters around here. A lot of people have solar panels to keep their well going, even if the power grid goes down.
Yes.
So we are fairly good, so long as the big crap doesn't hit the fan.
Can I ask a follow-up question for you, Graymon?
What was that?
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Okay.
You've mentioned the 25% that will be gone either way. I mean, that you've got to have some sort of plan in place for that. Do you just take care of them? Do they become workers? Do they get the chance to stay?
Right now, all right. When things go bad, we'll find out. We'll find out real quick. We'll be able to determine real quick whether or not are they going to become keepers or are they going to become fodder.
I have more faith in a soccer mom that has 7 kids to be a survivor for her children than I do a 20-year-old. Well, no, I'm saying than a 20-year-old that spent 10 years of his life and everything on video games all day long.
Right, but everyone's got a different skill set. Soccer mom with 7 kids is going to be a dynamo at feeding everyone and making a budget and making things go. But the 20-year-old is just a good, strong pair of hands, maybe, to help out with somebody who can.
No. I mean, somebody that has never literally did yard work or construction or anything. You're looking at a 20-year-old that's probably working at Burger King.
Overweight.
But it takes the military 2 weeks to turn that useless 20-year-old into somebody that could do something. It takes them 6 weeks to make them into something that resembles a soldier, and then in 3 months to 6 months time, they are a fully fledged soldier.
But you gotta realize most of us have never been in the military. Most of us don't know what to do with them like the military does.
That's why I married my wife. She was a staff sergeant in a unit of drill sergeants.
She'll sort it out.
Me?
I bet you've never won an argument, Gil.
Actually, I learned to argue in her secondary skill, which is accounting.
Yeah.
And I win about 30% of those.
Like I was in the army for 10 months.
Things are very different for us here in the UK because we just haven't got the space. I mean, listening to your preparations is awesome because you guys talking about having turkeys and chickens and having so much different options. Here we're very limited to what we have in the sense of even chickens here in the UK.
Well, not all of us in America can have it. Like you have to realize not everybody in America can do this either. There's only a handful of us that can. Like me, I live in Texas. The area that I live in has no building restrictions, has no livestock restrictions or anything because I'm in a rural, unincorporated county. So it is still considered rural outside of the city. So, but if you go 4 miles from my street and everything, from where I live to the next neighborhood down there, it's all HOA. You can't have anything. You can't have garden, let alone chickens or anything.
I was just saying in general that there's you guys have got a bit more options than us. I mean, here we can't have a knife longer than 3 inches, and it has to be non-locking. Here we're very limited to where we can make fires. Also there's landowners. We're very limited to where we can do, go practice camping. Quite often we have to pay unless we know someone with private land. So
crown land.
Mm-hmm.
So things are very different for us here, but it's also interesting to share our stories and to share, what resources you guys have, and we share what resources we have, and we can exchange ideas. That's what programs like this is about. It's fantastic, and
that's what I was saying. That
another thing,
most of these,
a lot of times we don't talk about things like sanitation, and living in the city. I was asking a neighbour a question the other day. I said, how often have you ever seen those big, the big dustbins behind blocks? I mean, they're pretty universal all around the world. You've got big dustbins with wheels on them, and they're behind the blocks. And there's thousands of them around the world. There's millions of them. But in the cities, in such confined spaces, I've never seen one of these bins cleaned out. I mean, we've got rats that are massive, massive rats. And
just look at that situation. Look at that situation.
It's going to be very important.
Yeah, look at that situation when no laws are around, when nobody cares, when nobody's working, when nobody's taking care of the grid.
No one's bathing. Like you say, there's hospitals that are going to be struggling. They've got no electricity, no power. There's going to be many sick people. So sanitation is going to become very important.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I want to point out here, for those of you that are limited on your land and your availability, there's some great channels here in the United States that are apartment preppers.
Yeah, there is.
Yes, Kaylin.
And some others that are, I can't remember the name of the one, but he raises quail in his dining room. In an apartment building. Nobody in the apartment building knows he's raising quails. And he raises them, processes them.
Quails are quiet, though. Quails are quiet, like, by nature,
Yeah.
I mean, you're not running around with, like, guineas or anything like that,
Or peacocks, yeah. But that's the thing is, there are some options if you are willing to explore those options. Now, some of the options are not attractive.
Yeah.
Me, quail? Oh, no, heck no. Give me chickens. I grew up with chickens. I know how to handle chickens. You kill one chicken, you got a meal for a day or two, depending on the size of the chicken. Quail, I got to do about 7 or 8 of them.
Yeah.
And
I mean, those are good if it's like me. The reason why I raised guinea pigs and everything is because when I was in Mexico and everything, that's delicacy in Mexico,
and South America too.
They breed like wildfire. I mean, you have one female and she can lay between 6 to 8 children. That's just one, and the ones that I got the what is it called? I call them little fatties. They're the huge guinea pigs, the extra large guinea pigs, and one of them can weigh between 2 to 3 pounds. Easy, and you won't get protein. You won't get protein poison from it or anything like that because most of its body weight is fat, like any other any other rodent.
But can I chime in here? Because I didn't have a chance to.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't have a chance to chime in when Gil was asking about that question. I mentioned this to Second Star before. I'm working on a solid 6 months with rotation.
Yes.
Like if you were starting off, let's say any one of us or anyone out there starting off, right? I think go a couple days first, then try to double that for the whole a week, right? Then maybe a month 3 months, 6, then you just keep adding to it, right? And like Gil has said before about certain little things, trying to overlap some circles in there. So, because your weakest link will probably be like water, for example, right? You can only store so much water. I mean, if you don't got a well, you're in town or whatever, right? That'll limit you. It doesn't matter if you got 6 months of food. If you only got a couple days worth of water and it's hitting the fan or whatever, you only got a couple days still, because that's your limitation. Still is the water part, right? And like Gil was saying earlier about not even including a gardening, right? Because to me, hear me out, that's in fluctuation all the time. There's no guarantee about garden harvest until you actually do it. There's no guarantee.
There is one guarantee, CR.
Okay.
Every other year, a crop is going to fail.
Yes.
You're going to, whether it's beans this year, great. Next year, beans fail. Squash, great. Next year, the following year, it's going to fail.
Yep.
Every other year, a crop fails.
And it happens also more when you're reusing seeds if you're harvesting seeds from everything. If you're drying your own seeds, if you're prepping your own seeds, you also have a 50% chance of half of that harvest failing or not sprouting at all. So you have to look at that as a consideration too.
Well, that's what you also need to. When you harvest, you don't harvest like when I harvest lettuce seeds. I don't harvest it from one plant. I take a handful from one handful of another, and I keep them separate. So I know, all right, this batch here isn't sprouting good. I'm going to wait a year and do some trials on it next year. This one's doing good. I'm going to use half of it this year to get more off of it. And you can, if you work your seeds and stuff, whether it's lettuce, squash, pumpkins, corn, whatever, you can determine a hardier breed of your own. But it takes time, and it takes a little bit of book learning to figure out how to do it properly.
Yeah, I noticed that gourd type vegetables have a less of a chance of failing.
Oh yeah, they're great.
Because they're more sturdier, root vegetables.
And berries.
Yes.
Like the blackberries, raspberries that grow wild.
Yep.
Those are phenomenal.
Oh yeah, I wild grow those around my corner, around the property line and everything. Like I have a natural barrier of blackberry bushes, because it's a natural barrier. Have you ever walked through blackberry bushes?
Can I add something else in here real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
Just to chime back in from what both of you are saying, because you guys have mentioned certain little things in your own streams or on your own panels and stuff like that. I want to bring that into the fold here, just so incorporate everyone into the conversation. Is that the reason I always separate the gardening from the pantry stuff is, like Gil has said before, and other people, is because uncertainty in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, the seeds may fail or whatever, might not sprout, but it could be because of the hail damage that you randomly get right at the end of the season and you didn't see it coming. Hence, you need something in your pantry, in your fridge, etc., in the meantime, just in case, oh, hey, that first year it didn't work out. Oh, thank goodness, I still have 6 months of food inside and try to make it until the next season. And looking at the gardening the gardening stuff, whatever, tomatoes, whatever, right, squash, whatever, peas, or all that stuff, as the way to supplement or what's the word I'm looking for? Extend or
what's compensate?
No. To
come on, see.
I can't pick up the word here. So no, because it's a consumer. No. To not reimburse. I can't figure out the word right now. To restock. Yes, to restock your supply. Oh my gosh.
Reutilize.
Yeah. Restock your supply back up, right? I always see gardening as a way to restock that kind of stuff, right? But because it's gardening, it's an active thing. You have no idea how it's going to turn out until it's there, right? Until you get the plant, the seeds, or whatever. You have no idea, right? You can plan it all you want, or gardening all you want, but you have no idea what's going to happen.
Right. I mean,
so that's
like
why you need the pantry stuff, like, until you can get that more established. And then the gardening keeps adding and resupplying your pantry stuff and to extend that out.
Yeah. Like here in Texas, we have drought seasons where we won't get rain at all. And that water supplement and I learned from a lot of the older Texans and everything that have grown gardens and everything. It's gonna sound bad or anything, but they utilized during the hard times, during like the Dust Bowl and everything, they utilized cow blood to water their gardens with, like, and you know,
lots of good fertilizers and stuff have bone meal and blood in it.
Yes, and you know, it's like, and that would, you know, that one cow that they killed and everything fed the family. You know, it served multiple purposes, but you have to think outside the box. You have to.
I totally get what you mean there.
Yeah, you can't prioritize certain things because you have to look at your biome. You know, you have to look at
what's available,
the pros and the cons. Yeah, the pros and the cons of every biome. Because if you don't look at the cons, you know, you're screwed.
Yeah. I think you really need to concentrate on the con. What is going to be the worst case scenario and plan for that. Hope for the best, but you plan for the worst case scenario, food-wise and water-wise.
Yeah, can I add in something with the water thing? Because I do have a real-world example of this.
Yeah.
See, out west there was this area that had a water main break, a major water line break, right? So water rationing and all that stuff, right? And what people started to do was use, because there was rations on the clean water, right? But people were using lake water and stream water to water their plants because it wasn't included in that rationing, right? So if you think about like that with like the blood meal or whatever, it's very similar to like utilizing rainwater, right?
Yeah.
I know people that melt snow to use for something else, and not necessarily watering something, but like I know someone that's melting snow, put in a bucket so they can wash their garage floor with, right?
Yeah.
Just to even save money on it, right? So thinking like that in advance when resources are kind of scarce or whatever.
This is a massive point that I always get, because obviously I've got a UK audience for my channel, and storing water is always a major issue because we have these tiny little 2-bedroom terrace houses compared to some of the American houses in the land. We don't have, most of us don't have the facility to make some sort of well. So it's all about like water filtration and where you can source water from nearby. And it might be something you don't even think of, like canalways and things like that, you wouldn't dare try and drink it without the proper filters. But having a way to collect and process water is 100 times more efficient and better than storing water. Because even storing it can be compromised.
Like, I'll show y'all like my land. Okay, my land is on what's called a 100-year floodplain. Okay, where every 100 years, well, every 50 to 100 years, the rain will just come down like a monsoon out here and flood, give about 5-6 foot of water. So if my property, if I could, well, I'll show y'all. Through my whole entire property, the main of it, I have a natural water collection. Like, if you can see.
Oh, wow.
This is my collection, my water collection area. When it rains, it goes all the way down there, probably about a whole entire acre, like through a whole entire acre. and it's got holding pits and everything for backup water. You like, but like what we were saying, not everybody can do that. Not everybody has that, and you also have to look at how far away your water is and how many other people is going to fight you for that water. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's something else that's very important about the water too to consider, and we considered it here because we are downstream from Idaho Falls, which is about 15 miles away.
Right.
So Snake River flows through Idaho Falls and down here. Our concern is during a 6-month, year power outage, what are they going to be doing in Idaho Falls with all those dead bodies?
Oh,
the river.
The contamination's unreal, yeah.
Yeah. And so we're figuring that when it really goes past SHTF to Tawaki, that it's going to be, all right, we ain't pulling any water from that river for at least a year. Maybe two.
It could also, remember the movie Demolition Man, where where they were going to the slums and everything, and he ordered a beer and a burger, and
rat
burger. I was gonna say, if that meat's still good in time, it may not be FDA approved.
Yeah, and that's like Steve at Corsair Painters is always saying on the slide. He goes, "Well, Pat, looks like it's time for long pork."
You're right. That's what people look at me weird when I say that on my live streams, but the thing is that is a viable option. Our ancestors did the same thing.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Greyman, is that a write-off then, that water supply, or are you prepping a way to filter that enough?
Well, trying to get, all right now, fortunately, our city is on a well. Our little quarter-mile city is on a well. We got 5 electric pumps. Not all of them run all the time. And we got 2 big generators. But a lot of people around here have a lot of solar panels. And we figured worst comes to worst, we're going to, all right, solar panels are going to the over there so we can, pump water up. Everybody gets water stored up for a couple days. Then we, discontinue pumping to save the pumps and everything else. That way everybody has enough water and stuff. But as far as filtration, some of us are doing filters. But about 12 years ago, I was raising koi fish in California. And so I had a filtration system set up for them. My pond water with the fish in it was cleaner than the water coming out of the tap.
Nice.
So I can set up a filtration system fairly quickly.
For the well, do you have a manual way of pumping? Let's say, God forbid, it's EMP.
Unfortunately, they're like 280 feet down. So no. Well, actually, we could probably, because the pumps are surface suction ones, we could jury rig something, even if it's hooking it up off of a PTO of a tractor, or hooking up a bunch of chains, and everybody get about 10 kids on bicycles pumping away to get the water up where we can put it into buckets and barrels and stuff like that.
You've just found the use for that 25% of people you were gonna kick out.
No, so the 25 we're kicking out are I'm just gonna cut to the chase. Some of them are drug addicts, some of them are fat and lazy, some of them are shiftless and we don't trust them, and so there are some of them, there are some of the 25 that are definitely going to become fertilizer for the garden.
Yep. And see, like on my land, we have a runoff that's straight under my land that's from the Guadalupe River. That's like probably about maybe a 10-minute drive from me. And we have a runoff through my land. We're trying to get a hand pump to go all the way down, but they said that trying to get a hand pump to go all the way down there and trying to get a feasible power suction to come up. He said there's no the guy that makes these whales and everything out here. He said there's no suction pump that's able to do that, because of how far it is. He said you'll get it probably about halfway, and once that suction stops, it's just going to go completely back into the water.
Now there is something that we can do for the wells that is going to take us time to substitute our plumbing down, and the casing is big enough. We can get make some 1-inch Schedule 80 PVC pipes.
You froze again, Jill.
Where you have the foot valve on it, so the water can't bleed back out, and you just have the rod going down, and you pump it up in stages from one up to another one, and that one then takes the water off that and pump it up, and you have several of them going, and just put a little old-fashioned windmill type pump that lifts this 1-inch pipe only, and it pumping from one stage to another as you bring it up, and then you can. But it's going to be that pump needs that windmill or people powered
continuation,
going 24/7 to get enough water for everybody in the city.
And see, that's another thing that we don't have here in Texas. We don't have the wind until it's like in the fall, and
then you have good wind.
And during the summer and everything, the heat pretty much kills the power of the wind out here. So it's like there, and that it goes all the way back to the pros and the cons. It's like. If you seriously don't have, and I was thinking doing the same thing with like mules on an old grain grinder, having them just go around and trying to pull it up that way. But they're like, you'll kill the donkeys, I think, doing it all the time. So my next option is getting some of the rain what do they call it, not rain barrels, but like rain bladders or whatever, like 500 gallon to 1,000 gallons. But then you got to worry about that molding or that getting algae in it, and there's so much, nothing is perfect. Nothing will ever be perfect. You're going to have problems in everything. And
because of that, that's why you have more options, diverse options too, right?
Yeah.
Not just a well. Maybe you have rain catchment. Maybe you have swales because you're gardening and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
But it's
this is why knowledge is power with things like that, right? Because like Second Star says, like Creative says, it's always going to be the thing you've planned most meticulously is the thing that's either going to go wrong, not work, or be contaminated or be compromised. So that's why knowledge is power, right? Another way you can source water, knowing your area, knowing where you have to go to if you need to go there and stuff like that.
Yep. I did a 5-year plan 5 years ago, right? Everything in my 5-year plan is completely changed. I had to burn the whole entire thing because the way society, the way everything has changed and everything has evolved, and just humans in general has changed. I was one of those people that had, I'm going to make a compound. I'm going to invite people over to my place and everything. And I'm going to have this group. Then come to find out, people are killing each other over a parking spot now, let alone anything else, and do you want to take that chance? Do you really want to take your chance on Joe Blow down the street? No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
go ahead. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's why, I've got All right, so my two boys are ready to come up from California. My daughter and her husband and kids are across the street.
Yeah.
I got 6 nieces and nephews that are ready to come up here at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
And most of those are hunters.
Right.
And construction workers.
Yeah.
So
have you allowed for all the people they tell and bring along with them along the way?
Oh, they know they can't bring anybody with them.
Yeah, because it usually it's family, but then you have some family members that aren't, what they were. You know what I mean? Like that's how it is with my family. Like I really can't trust any of my family because 90% of my family on my side of the family has been in and out of jail like 20 plus times. Like they're all in trailer parks. Like I mean, I'm not stereotyping, but I'm just saying that the trailer parks that they live in has about 4 meth labs in it. And
it's an interesting one because this discussion came up the other day on a live that we did, and when they turn, it's like we can all say right now, I'll turn them away, I'll say no, but when they're stood there at your door or at the gates with 2 little kids, could you?
Yes, sadly, yes.
Yeah, it's like it's all right. My family live or die.
Yes.
If you come in here, if you come in saying, "Oh, we need this, that, and the other," it's like, and we're looking at our stores and like, we may not make it. Sorry, no, get out of here.
Right.
So that's the second question. Are you just going to send them on the way? Because the follow up to that was somebody saying, as soon as you sent them on the way, they've got a reason to be disgruntled. They know where you are. They know you're prepped. That's a potential.
No, they don't know my preps. All they need is it's like, hey, someone comes up, the first thing we say, "Oh, you're bringing us food. We need food."
Oh, yeah.
First thing out of our mouths, anybody coming up is going to be, "Oh, you're bringing us food. Thank you." And they're going to go, "No, we're coming to see if you have. We're short. We need food."
It depends. It depends on if you actually can make a thriving compound. If you can make, you have to think in the end of the world, your small little place is going to start collecting, start breaking down other places, stuff like that, bringing back materials to your place. You're going to be stockpiling on the outside. You may start with, a 10 by 10 acre, 10 by 10 garden. Well, you got this cousin that came in. You got this, this uncle that just came in. That's another mouth.
Oh, and I just showed up.
Right. Like
more food.
Now that 10 by 10 is now a 20 by 20 garden. That, you start doubling the amount of food that you have for each person, so you can have an adequate amount of food. If somebody does stumble up on your compound, stumble up on what you're doing, it may be 5 or 10 years. It may be 3 years, depending on how hard you work. If they see that, but also you have to look on the other side that most people are not going to be buddy-buddy. They're not going to be talking to each other like how we are. They're not going to be... If you see another person in an abandoned, city, something like that, you're not going to go up and be like, "Hey, chum, how are you?" No, you're not going to do that. So word of mouth about, oh, this family saw a compound somewhere, about 3 hours back behind them, it's not going to travel very far. You know what I mean?
I get you, but desperate people will do desperate things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
But you also show how many people you have. You don't just open the door by yourself. You and 5 other people open the door and say, "Can we help you?"
Plus, your Overwatch.
Yes.
A lot of people forget to plan out multiple Overwatch.
Yes.
In other words, that's your snipers hidden that nobody sees.
Correct.
Right. Hey, CR. Let me see if I can find it here. Hang on. I got something I want to show you here. Where you put it. Give me a second to bring it up here.
Hey, CR, you hungry yet? I'm going to
say. Shadow. Can you show this for a second? That's part of my water storage. Each one of those tanks is 275 gallons. There's six tanks there. I got four more that I haven't moved in there yet.
I saw a few of those on Craigslist for a farm that's around us.
Do you have that piped in so you can cycle that water out?
That is a myth. You do not have to cycle water. Water never goes bad.
Yeah.
It goes flat, and that's easy to fix. When stored water goes flat, it means all the oxygen and air has come to the surface. You need just to blend that back in. And I got air stones I just drop on for like a fishing tank, aquarium tank. I just drop those down in the bottom, and I got a hand crank for it if the power's out. I got little batteries so I can run it and everything else. And it just 72 hours that water will taste just as sweet as it went in.
Yep. Stale water, still water, all that stuff can be recycled, can be reused, as long as you add the right elements to it.
Yeah. And so, when I store water in there, all right, I got 275 gallons. I put 2 drops of chlorine per gallon in there at the beginning, and I got a big old drill thing on. I put it in so it stirs all the water up, make sure everything's all stirred up.
Yep.
And so basically I just sanitize the water in the container.
Yeah.
So I don't
at the same time.
Yeah, at the same time. Yep. So, and what's interesting, where I got those IBC totes from, 4 miles up the road is the local distillery. They processed potato alcohol. Those had 193 proof potato alcohol in there.
Really?
So when I got those containers, they were sterile. I'm trying to convince the wife to let me buy one full of alcohol to store. That'd be 275 gallons of 193 proof alcohol. I could dilute that down into vodka really easy.
My wife, she did an experiment and everything with a Brita water filter, and she filtered McCormick vodka, right? Like $2, half handle of vodka. And she went through, I think she's went through 10 Brita filters, and she made completely purified, like, rubbing alcohol out of it, like, to be able to cure, clean wounds and everything. Like, it burnt. I'll tell you, it burnt, but you could still drink it.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that's called Everclear or moonshine.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And now I don't know if in the UK or Sweden or anyplace else, if you can buy off of Amazon the distillers or stills.
Yep.
Yeah, we can get them.
Yeah. All right. I know Dustin and Corky Wide from White Family Farm. They got it, and they've been experimenting with it, and then they stopped posting videos of what they were experimenting with. But everybody knows, and they have, hey, how's it going? Oh, we're not talking about that.
Yep.
So,
you can get a good there. You can get a good 2-gallon one off of Temu. I mean, it's not a glorified website or anything, but you get one off of Temu that does 2 gallons, and it's solid brass. I mean, it's not copper, but it's brass. It's like $63.
Well, the thing is with the distillers, that's another way to purify your water.
Yep.
However, what you do is you purify it. What comes out of it, you then run through your charcoal filter, your sand filter to get any chemicals out of it, because some chemicals will evaporate with the water.
And then reverse osmosis, just in case.
Yep.
Yeah, reverse osmosis. Nobody really realizes you use up a lot of water in doing the reverse osmosis process. There's a lot of wastewater in it.
Well, it's the same thing as steaming. Like steaming salt water. I mean,
of course, you're going to do that. You're going to save that steamy water coming off.
Yeah.
As fresh water.
Right, but like I said, you pour. You say you pour a gallon of salt water and you steam it out. You get what, maybe a quart out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, but it's still water. It's still drinkable. I mean, and that's another thing. If you're living on the coast, if you're living by the ocean or whatever, there's you abundant source of water too, if you know how to steam it.
Oh, you just reminded me of something.
Yeah.
All right. So my neighbor across the street, who is now the mayor of our city, likes going out to the dump to find people when people throw away old projection TVs, rear projection TVs, they pile them off in one area. He goes and gets the Fresnel lenses from them.
Nice.
And he uses those are big lenses. Yeah. He uses those to heat up a pipe full of water, and basically it boils the water really quick.
Yeah. Hold up, you froze.
You several of those on a 10-foot length of pipe, you're getting some steam coming out of there really quick. So that there is is a solar powered distiller.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't think like that.
Hey, this town is 12th generation pioneers.
Nice.
They think if they can be reused, they've come up with several uses for it.
Mm-hmm. Can I add something into that real quick here?
Go ahead.
So, you're talking about the Fresnel lenses and rear projections. The thing is about something like that, because it's old school technology, finding one is much more difficult as time will go on, because it's not manufactured again. So remember, if you can't get,
I mean, there's still, eBay, there's still Goodwill where you can, that stuff get donated all the time,
Yeah. And that's the thing, if you get the stuff now and just put it in get those Fresnel lenses and just put them in the closet till you need them.
Right.
If you pick it up for free, use it for free.
Right.
Oh, I'd like to see our put down in there. And he spelled it right too. Gray water uses. Yeah.
Yeah.
The biggest gray water use is all right. There are variants of gray water.
Mm-hmm.
From barely gray to black.
Yes.
And you can use them down to step. You can use it for washing your hands. Then you can turn around and use that gray water for doing laundry. You can turn around and use that gray water for watering the garden or for flushing the toilet. And if you do your black water right, you can even separate black water and reuse it for watering the garden because it's full of nutrients.
Yep.
Like pea and stuff.
Yep.
So you can yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna just chime into that. I was gonna say, in a situation like that, like, I know Preparedness Veteran ever so often says it, nothing in an SHTF is quote unquote disposable, as he says it, right? Because if resources are so limited or so valuable or whatever, you're not gonna waste any of it. You're gonna get the most bang out of it for what it is, right? Even the water, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's the thing with gray water. You can distill gray water, and now you have either clean water or less gray water to reuse for laundry or something else, and you can keep reprocessing water.
Yep.
Like coming back to that example that I gave earlier about where this place had water restrictions due to a major water main break that took lots of time, water restrictions, all that stuff. People were doing these things where I've heard them in the survival community, but people were doing like reusing gray water, using lake water instead of fresh water to water their plants or whatever, right? Because, you know, they don't want their plants going down or whatever, right? Stuff like this that you hear, but people are actually doing it, right? And it brought a smile to my face. I'm like, yeah, see, that's some resourceful thinking, right?
You know what's
speaking of water, my thermos is empty. My flask is empty. I need to go get more water. I'll be back in a minute here.
Okay, no problem, Bill.
No problem. You know what's sad during snow apocalypse that happened here in Texas and everything? Well, the main San Antonio, the city of San Antonio, built their sewer and their waste disposal pipes outside their freshwater pipes. So when it froze, it busted both the freshwater pipe and the sewer pipe. So it was considered brown water, and in doing that, they went to a boil, like where you had to boil every water that you got out of the faucet or the tap. And you know how many houses got caught on fire because people didn't know how to boil water?
Really? Oh, yeah. Over a camp stove or over a fire, I guess, too.
Yes.
Or barbecue.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people use natural gas out here, so they had, access to their stoves and everything. But it's like they sat there and was boiling water and somehow caught the house on fire. How? How do you do that?
That is not the way to start off.
This is the side effect for SHTF, that Darwinism and natural selection is going to take over once again, and lots of these idiots are going to kill themselves before we even have to worry about them.
Yeah. I mean, look how many houses in America burn down every year on Thanksgiving when they try to deep fry a turkey.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on that note, I'm going to be cutting out here. Thanks very much for having us on the show.
Okay.
Take care, Daryl.
Take care, brother.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Please don't use God's name in vain, young man. Anyway,
I do apologize. Sorry.
That's all right. And,
you're good.
I think we need to be checking the swearing on the show as well. A lot of people are swearing. Anyway, I'm not judging, but God bless you all. Good night, and see you next time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shadow.
Take care.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
Sorry if I offended anyone with that.
It's all good.
Oh, it's all good. No.
So to come back around onto this topic again about feeling safe in a public area, because we kind of drifted off slightly like we usually do, but to come back to this again, right, is like I said earlier, these public spaces, right? Eventually we interact in these public spaces in time. Like, second start, you got to go to work. That's a public space. Shadow, you gotta deliver stuff. You're in an apartment. That's a public space. If I'm walking in a neighborhood, that's a public space, right? Anything can happen. Usually, 99% of the time, nothing really does happen. However, that's not 0% chance of it, right? In time, eventually something may happen. You got to be aware of it, because like I said, you could be the safest person in the world or whatever, but it's the next person over, right?
Right.
Maybe they're having a bad day, they're hungry, they're desperate or whatever, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be an SHTF. You know what I mean? And this stuff is, like I said earlier, this stuff is still happening. You hear it every so often on grapevine, from your friends, on news, from other people that tell you, and you're like, dang, that happened there? Something happened on the subway, something happened on a bus, something happened on the highway, something happened in a mall, something happened at the grocery store, right?
Yep.
There's some sort of confrontation that, And this is like when the grid's up, society is supposed to be existing, right?
You're very
So
welcome,
just imagine.
73. I appreciate that you stopping by.
Take care. But you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because this stuff is actually happening even without SHTF. So just like I said to Shadow earlier, imagine this was actually SHTF, where our people. I think you kind of noticed that in 2020 to a certain degree, right? Where it's just like you see these videos out there, people quote unquote fighting over TVs. There's videos out there, right? I don't.
Yep.
Everyone's seen it, right? I mean, like people are literally fighting over that.
You see
Not over
people
food or
fighting
water,
in McDonald's, like.
Well, in a lineup, right? I've seen the videos out there where people are fighting because you butted in or whatever.
Yes.
Right? I was here first. You see that a lot, and that's when the grid's up. Just imagine if you're waiting in line for a ration or like some sort of in a soup line or something like that. I just imagine it would be worse.
Yeah, and it's bad even on Black Friday here in the U.S.
Yeah,
especially at Walmart. I mean, it's like a riot of them trying to get into Walmart. They're going to run out. They only got 4 TVs. I mean, they're going to run out. No, they got like 40 TVs or 140 TVs, and people still going absolutely nuts, just trying to be the first one in.
Is it still bad there for that? Because we had like a year or two where it started like that here, and then nobody's bothered anymore.
It depends. It depends on the places. Right? Maybe not Walmart as much anymore. In some like rural Walmarts, they're like big cities.
You sound underwater.
He's a little low, Shadow.
Yeah,
you're a little low, Second Star.
Hold on. Give me a second.
It might be his connection.
Yeah.
Feel free to speak up or shout if you need to.
Well,
we're giving you permission.
CR. With what you were going on and everything, what popped in my mind when I first heard it.
About what?
This may offend a few people. Don't take offense. It's not meant to. The Karens and Kens.
Pardon me?
Oh, I'm entitled to this. You need to give it to me.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I better?
Still sounds the same.
Okay.
It's lower too.
Okay, I'll try to come back.
Yeah, okay.
If I don't see y'all, I'll be in chat.
Yeah, okay.
Bye. Take care, family. Good always talking with y'all again.
Yeah.
Love, fam. Bye.
But like I was saying, I think these situations we gotta agree. Well, I think most of us would agree these are like more likely to happen because, eventually down the road there might be an SHTF localized or whatever. But until then, there might be these other situations that come up for people your family members or friends that you have, right? And to be aware that these things are probably never going to stop. And in SHTF, they would go, what's the word I'm looking for? They'll develop more or be not exponential, but their volatility would increase. If that makes any sense, right? Because like I said, like look at the TV thing, all right? And that's just when the grid's up. And people are, even if there's cameras rolling or whatever, and people are looking, they're still doing it like that. I mean, there's things out there, like limited editions things, and people are fighting over that, right? I mean, like pushing people off to the side just to get it, right? And just imagine if that was food, water, the last battery, the last solar panel, the last can of food, right? What would people actually do at that time?
And it doesn't have to be the last. It could just be perceived as, it's going to be the last I need to do
the
it.
Demand. Yeah, the supply is low, the demand so high, and what are you willing to do, right? I mean, like, look at the eggs. I mean, I know people are fighting over some eggs in the U.S. Not everyone. A lot of people are still wise still, right? A lot of people realize, okay, I can still live without this. But while other people are, like, kind of, like, fighting tooth and nail just to get that last one, right?
Yeah. And that takes us back to the title of the live stream, staying safe in public areas. And it really doesn't have to be civil unrest. It could be perceived threat of a disaster, whatever, and people are freaking out and doing stupid play.
Exactly.
Yeah, not just things. It's worse than just things. It's and
welcome back, Mother Earth Garden Club. Good to see you again.
Welcome back.
Have you ever watched people react in situations like that and how different it is? I was in the Trafford Centre in Manchester, is like the biggest thing we've got, closest thing we've got to a big mall over here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And this is not long after the Manchester bombings happened. And the alarm went off in the Trafford Centre, the area I was in. And all it is it's a siren alarm. And intermittently it says, there's been an incident in this area. Please evacuate. Right. So that's only just not long after the bombing. So my immediate thoughts were, I looked around, saw where everyone was going to this nearest exit. I knew another way, got the family, got out the other way where there was no crowds. Situational awareness is what you do.
Yeah.
But what I noticed on the way out was how many people were just stood there with their phones filming all the crowds. Oh, look what's happening. Look at me. Look at me. I'm in the Trafford Centre and this is oh my God.
Yeah, right.
I'm a social media influencer. I gotta do it.
Yeah, but you gotta make it. You gotta make it through it so you can post it later. By the way, I'm just saying. You gotta live to tell the tale.
It's how short in people's memories things live. Like there's been a tragic incident that's happened not that long ago. You're hearing an alarm that could be something similar, and you're just happy to have a laugh and take a video and stuff like that. It's just. People's memories are very short. The same people that were queuing up and fighting over toilet roll during that time now still only have one bog roll and still go shopping every day for 1 day's worth of food. You know what I mean? It's insane.
Yeah. We had a water leak in the city. And they had put up those emergency water tanks. And they contain 1 cubic. So that's 1 ton of 1,000 liter water.
1 cubic meter of water.
Yeah. And they lined up, and there you had to, they had to ration the water. So you could only take two 5-liter jugs with you. But there were people who come with 4 or 6 water jugs, and they lined up. And the problem was it turned out to almost to be a fight, and that was for the water. So the tensions can build up pretty quick in those situations.
Yeah. People's reactions in a crisis is going to be the biggest threat to a lot of us. Just because, let's be fair, SHTF and Teotihuacan is not going to happen when you happen to be sat there fully prepared in your bunker, in your safe room, stuff like that. It's going to be while you're out at the store. It's going to happen while you're doing something. It's going to happen while you're on the one vacation you had this year.
Oh yeah, that's just your guards down.
Yeah, exactly. So it's interesting to gauge how people react in a crisis for that reason.
Yeah.
One of the things
we had car accidents, and there were people who stand on the side with their cell phones and video recorded everything there. And the cops and the ambulances and fire department, they could barely get to the spot. And the cops said that we don't like that when people stand with their phones and record the whole thing. They didn't like it. They are just in the way.
Yeah, make things better, not worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they make things.
Can I add in something?
Yeah.
Here, think about this, and then I know you guys will already know about this as prepared people, but let's just say, okay, you're by the ocean and the water is receding real fast and you're seeing more of the shore. That is not the time to record, because that's the time where what happens? Or what does happen?
Tsunami came washing over.
If you know knowledge about that, you would know
how fast you can do the 200 meter.
That's the only warning you're not get out of that. For example, right? That's not the time to record. That's the time. That's the only time to leave.
I don't want to nitpick, but this is what gets me when you see these channels that say it's an emergency alert. It's doomsday happening right now. It's like, no, it's not, because you wouldn't have had time to film, edit, upload a video, monetize it, and put all your links in there for me to.
Oh, look at my nice thumbnail.
I totally agree with that.
But I'm the Flash. I can move at the speed of light and do all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not fast enough.
The day it's an emergency alert, them same channels won't post anything.
Yeah. It's like the only things I saw that were decent with in a situation like that, where the person was filming it, they happened to have a GoPro.
Mm-hmm.
They turned their hat around backwards with the GoPro on the back as they ran away. And you saw everybody behind him going, as he was running away.
Oh, Lord.
That's a prepared YouTuber right there.
It's like, okay, yeah, I'm going to film this as I'm leaving. But
yeah, if you're going to do something like that,
really
just do it like that.
insane things with waves at the beach. Not a tsunami, just, increased waves as it just goes through the cycle. The waves get a little bit less. Everybody gets down on the beach. They're all filming, and here comes the big wave back in again on the cycle.
Oh, look at the rogue wave.
It's not even a rogue wave. It's just a cycle of waves, and a bunch of them get knocked down. They're getting dragged off. Everybody's freaking panicking out, screaming, and everything else. And you can see the lifeguards over on the side just shaking their heads.
Yeah.
Yep. The face palms on the head. It's like,
yeah. But it's staying safe in public areas is not a solo act. It's not a lone wolf act. It's it's a group. You need to go get your when I first came in, you guys were talking about going to the pharmacy to get medications or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's 3 people.
100%. Yeah.
At least 3
collecting
people.
water, the same thing. Going out scavenging, the same thing. Yeah.
And if you can do it, radios. And if you have just like an earbud hooked up to the radio, and the person goes into the pharmacy, the other 2 are outside on either ends of away from the door, and so keeping an eye on things. Okay, it's looking okay. We're all right. I'm on my way out, and then you talk to each other quietly, and it's all like, all right, I can see everything around here. It's like, okay, yeah, we got this going on, so you kind of muffle it so you're not drawing attention to yourself. And that's the thing is, that's the time where you want to blend in, hide in plain sight. You get whatever you're after, and then the group just kind of goes away, and you can still keep your head on a swivel, looking around. And if you can get them, there are glasses where I got them put away, glasses that have little mirrors on them, so you can see what's going on behind you without having to look like this all the time. But you can see what's going on behind you as you're looking forward, and you don't turn your head too much. You have your eyes on a pivot.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I call spy glasses.
Yeah.
They could come in handy when a girl walks past and I'm walking with Mrs. Urban Prepper.
Yeah.
I have seen so many videos, and most of them are from either China, Japan, or Korea, where the guy turns and looks at the girl. She's about ready to deck him, and someone else goes, hey, I haven't seen her. And they go and they start shaking hands. She's like, no.
Savior, definite savior. Yeah. No, it's the situational awareness thing. It's I think I've been in the army and stuff, so it's one of the first things you're taught, because there's always a threat of soldiers being targeted, troops being targeted in civilian life, coming home from camp, going to camp and stuff like that. Yeah. So it's the first things you're taught, but it's amazing how many people are just completely blank to it.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, and this is where a lot of people fail on it. I've had 2 live streams on it with Corsair trainers up on the one and some others on the, is teaching situational awareness to your kids.
Mm-hmm.
teaching kids to keep their eyes open and stuff. It's not just stranger danger anymore. It's and it's a guy with the candy. It's just it's the grubby looking guy following you from across the street. Walking the same way you are on the other side of the street.
Yeah,
and it's those things you got to keep an eye out for.
There's lots of stuff you can teach kids to do with that, to do with prepping, to do with everything, without going extreme and putting the fear into them. They still need to be kids. They still need to have childhood, but you can teach them situational things that doesn't have to be, oh, look at that man, he's scary, run away. But
you can make it like a game.
Yeah, it's stupid things, but just getting them to
look
spot
both
things.
ways before you cross the street.
Exactly. Very simple one there. Getting my kids to look out for certain things on a car journey. Like, how many of these can you spot? And they're just paying attention a lot and stuff like that. And it's like, it's almost subconsciously teaching them skills.
When I was, pre-teenager in, single digit ages, we would drive from our home in Southern California to Las Vegas, to where my dad's mom lived. And we had these little bingo card things, but it wasn't just numbers, it was the makes of different cars. Studebaker, American Rambler, Chevy, Ford, all the different makes of cars. And as you saw one, oh, there's such and such, and you got to slide your one of your numbers things over, and to see who could get the bingo playing, identify the car makes.
Yeah.
But Steve, of course, our trainers shared something he does with his kids, especially after he moved to the new neighborhood. He took them out for walks and played I Spy with My Little Eye.
Yeah.
Or, and get the kids to do it, all right, I spy something blue. And it's like, and they knew that their dad was not going for normal stuff. It was like, oh, I see a blue van parked over there. And pointing out obvious things. Whatever. I don't know. I see, a hedge up here that's high and someone could be hiding in. I see this. I see that. And you get them to think about it. And we play it like that. They're not scared. They're just looking, and it's a challenge to see who can find the neatest stuff.
And they're not walking around like this.
Yeah.
That is something I want to mention about that. I'm driving at work. I'm always sitting in the car, basically. So I can see people with headphones, and they go like this. And I feel that I want to just stop the car and tell them, hey, take off your headphones, okay? And don't watch, look at your phone when you're walking, please.
Yeah, but these are the people, I call them the it'll never happen to me people.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that are always on the news report with the interviewer going, oh, I didn't think it happened. Or, oh, I was watching them. They were just 2 meters away and that happened, because they never take responsibility and it'll never happen to them. It always happens to somebody else.
Or they're the ones that when they walk out into traffic and the guy blows the horns at them, they get all mad at the guy for blowing the horn at them.
Yeah.
I'm walking here. It's not a crosswalk.
I have seen the most common headphones I see when I'm driving here in my work. I see they have the same similar headphones as you have, Mike.
These in a car?
No, when they're walking with
when they're walking. Oh, yeah. Noise suppression, so they can't even hear the siren that's about to squish them as they step out into the road.
Yeah. And seriously, I haven't seen them for a while, but about 4 years ago, they were all over the place. Videos of people going and walking into a fountain, walking into a pole, walking off, stairs, and I haven't seen those good, funny videos anymore. Hey, Don, how's it going, Don?
Yeah, it's honestly, it's scary how people. You see it all the time now. Genuinely, I've seen somebody with a pushchair stop on a hill. I was driving past, and they stopped on a hill at like a road that was an offshoot, and the hill was like this, and their phone rang or something while it was in their hand, and they let go of this pushchair with the other hand to touch something on the phone. and watched the pushchair start to go away as they chased it. Honestly, there was no traffic. Luckily, you know, thank goodness nothing happened. But it was like, how could you be that naive?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Zombie nation. That's what we've turned into. Zombie nation.
Yeah, I call them victims. You're just waiting to be assaulted because you're at your lowest point. Phone zombies, mindless idiots, just walking along
have
through a parking
music
lot.
in their ears, and that takes the focus from everything else. And you can't hear anyone come behind you and pull you in your hair, especially if you're a female. Easy to pull.
The runners out there.
Grab the hair and.
I don't know if you guys have the same, like depending on where you are and stuff like that. But all I'm seeing now at minute social media videos is people in the inner cities in the UK. They'll be like this, or they'll be filming themselves, you know, doing the whole TikTok thing, and they've got scooters and they've got these electric scooters, and gangs are just snatching them on the way past.
Yeah.
Literally just grabbing these phones constantly.
Oh yeah.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
It's more common now.
The reports from the FBI, they actually track the stuff with the all the expensive cell phones. Every time there's a new release of a Samsung phone or an Apple phone, within 3 months afterwards, there's a spike in phone snatches.
Yeah, I learned that going overseas. Don't walk around with your phone in your hand. You're gonna lose it. You're gonna lose it when I go overseas. Don't do that. Put it in your side pocket. Your cargo pants, shorts. You don't need it, and don't do that until you get into the shop or the mall or wherever. Then you can take it out. Yeah.
I mean, why would you walk around like a walking advert anyway? When we went to Texas, we went with a tour group. We went to a place called the Stockyards, which is lovely. It's like all old West style sort of thing. But as soon as you went outside of the Stockyards, it wasn't a great area. And we had like some really bad incidents where people they've got this like $1,000 camera hanging off them and a waistband and stuff like that. And they're walking into one of the roughest areas there. It's like, oh God.
Not the most brilliant thing.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah. Target. I got a $1,200 camera around my neck. Target right here.
Yeah.
Come rob me.
Hey, Bob, you got some nice bling here.
Do
you mind if I borrow this for like indefinitely?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
And he takes a knife and slashes that thing off your, right, and he's gone.
It'd be like that, right?
I had a friend of mine the first time he went over the Philippines. First and only time, I think, he was bringing his 35 millimeter, and my wife and I both told him, don't take that with you. Now, he was able to come home with it, but they're stupid fucking people. He knew I'd already been there for a half a dozen times. My wife grew up there, and he's in Manila, the biggest city in the country. Yeah. Oh no, I'll be fine. He's lucky he didn't lose it. Because he's the kind of dumbass who will chase after the guy who just took his phone. That's how you wind up getting stabbed, man.
He's literally the "it'll never happen to me" person.
There he is, moron. Yeah.
Treat it like your passport.
I work with delivering groceries to companies and regular people. So when I gonna take those groceries out of the car, I have a side door on right side, so that is a slide door. I don't have that handle in front of me when I open it. I can do that, but I usually turn my back against the car and pull it because I can see what happened. Because if I stand there like this and slide the door open, I can get knocked down easily. So that's why I take this.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Because it's so much more safer.
That brings up a whole other area. We've been talking about us individually. What about guys like you who are out there working in these, trying to stay safe in a public area during civil unrest? You really have a target on your back because, he has supplies. He's bringing something in. And even though your supplies could be, medical equipment, could be, repair parts for a furnace, whatever. You're looked at as somebody that has supplies, and anybody out there doing that really needs to keep their head on a swivel.
Yeah, it's like my wife and my son are in healthcare, and company policy says, "Oh, no firearms said no firearms in the clinic, no firearms in the hospital." Well, let me tell you something, guys. The nurses, the doctors, the technicians, they're all armed. They are all armed, especially after 2020. They all carry pistols with them. They have to be discreet with it, but don't think you can walk into a hospital without any problems. You might be able to get away with it, maybe, but eventually some doctor is going to pull out a 9mm and shoot back. Yeah. So don't be fooled, anyone out there listening. Oh, a hospital's an easy target. No, it's not. All that staff inside the hospital has got guns on them.
Yeah, and the larger hospitals has also pharmacy as well.
That's right. That's a big thing that they want. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the meds.
Yeah, so people can go and take out their meds they get from the doc immediately, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But the problem is it's just a glass window and the sliding part of it.
Yeah.
But it happens that bad guys, or especially those who have some form of addiction, they can jump straight over there and then they can pull up a gun or a knife and say, "Hey, I want those type of meds. Do you have a prescription?" "No."
Yeah.
Give me that immediately.
Yeah, my cousin was a pharmacy technician in a hospital, and she went through a situation. This hospital had shatterproof glass and a drawer, so you can drop the script, and then it could drop the meds and the money and all that in there. And one day, a guy walked up to her when she's at the counter behind the glass, and below the glass was bulletproof.
Yeah.
So this guy pulled out a gun and said, pass across all this meds, and she just squatted down behind the bulletproof and it said to call cops, armed robbery going on, and she just stayed right there, and then she eventually crawled out of the line of fire. It happens in hospitals a lot. Drug addicts, it happens a lot. It does.
And that's the problem. The ones causing the problem like that are the ones that don't think. The drug addict's not thinking. The excited Karen isn't thinking. Mm-hmm. People aren't thinking about what the consequences of what they're doing at the moment when they're doing something illegal, and they don't care. Some of them don't care at all, and they're going to hurt people just because they think, "Oh, I'm entitled to this. I need to get this. I need that," and it's just no.
That's probably one of the scariest things over here, because like Bob, you're saying hospital's not an easy target, because like half of them none are going to be like that in the UK. They're going to be that easy target.
Man.
Hospital security is a couple of rent-a-cops with a spray. That's it.
Yeah.
And it's just, that's the scariest thing. If it goes down here, like if we had complete like 1 second after kind of situation here, you got to be able to bug in for 30 days because it's going to be chaos. Mm-hmm. Because desperate people will do desperate things, and there's not enough willing people to stop them.
Yeah, here on our hospitals here in Sweden, we don't even have security guards.
Oh, bummer. Don't even have that at all?
Nope. Nobody.
Oh, shit. Well, what happened to my wife and to some of the others in a clinic that she was working in is the doors are all buzz in, buzz out. You got to buzz them from at the nurse's station to let someone in, and a patient walked in and a junkie followed him in, and then they close the door. Now you're locked inside, right? Mm-hmm. And to get to the treatment area, that's another buzz in, buzz out. And here's the nurse at the desk. She's behind shatterproof glass and all that, and she goes, "Can I help you?" And he's out of his mind. Blah, blah, blah. And she goes, "I can call 911." Blah, blah. And she just reached underneath the table, pressed the panic button. Cops are on the way. Security, especially in medical facilities, they all think it's full of drugs. It's utopia for a junkie. Well, it's not. No. But I know for a fact that 3 or 4 of those nurses and doctors in there had 9mm on them. So if he got broke through the door to get to the treatment room or the area where the nurses store their handbags, he's going to be looking at 3 or 4 guns at him, in a second.
Not far from me is a 24-hour pharmacy. The door is not a maglock or anything like that. You can just walk in. The counter is there. The only screen on the counter is one of these magic plastic screens they put up to stop the magic sneezes and coughs,
Right.
That everyone leaned around to pass the money. That's the only thing up there. There is no security whatsoever. If they had a panic button to the police, you'd be talking about a half hour to 45 minutes response time for them to get there. And this is a 24-hour pharmacy, and they do offer the treatment that ex-addicts have, where they have to go and take it there and then.
Yeah.
They do that there, and they still have zero security.
That's crazy.
You imagine that place 3 or 4 days in.
I can imagine that place one day in.
Yeah. That's in 2020 during the riots here. That was some of the first targets was what was called not mercury drug, but big drugstore chains of drugstores. Every city around Seattle and Tacoma, their drugstores were looted, and they usually light a fire on their way out. Yeah, guaranteed.
Yeah, they got to cover their tracks.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's insane. Yeah, it's scary. We've got a nation over here of people that literally bury their head in the sand. Preppers is a very tiny minority over here. And I struggle to even convince family why I'm doing this, and even with logical arguments. But we generally do. If you can look at the news today, most of Europe's preparing, right? Yeah. Trump and Zelensky the other day, whatever your thoughts on it, that should still trigger some alarm bells, and Europe should be preparing. UK, no, not interested, not preparing. We don't have any pamphlets. We don't have any leaflets saying this is what you do in case of this. Nothing like that. It's just like, oh, carry on. What's the football results? Let's go to the takeaway.
Oh yeah, just call the police. They'll come help you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've got a T-shirt that says "No one's coming to save you," and
there you go.
I'm walking around going, "Please read this."
I like the other T-shirt that says, "When seconds matter, the police are minutes away."
Yeah,
I like that.
And I have this on me, so
zombie hunt.
Yeah. One good thing for you in the UK to tell your relatives who are not on board is you are your own first responder. You've got to hold your own until law enforcement arrives, and you've got to protect your wife and children. Not the neighbors, not the community. You are your own first responder.
Yeah.
Because I know the feeling. There's a lot of people in my area who some people they're prepared even more than I am, but others, what? Food and water? Well, the grocery store's over there.
Yeah, I've got an app for that. I've got an app for it. It's fine.
Yeah,
there you go. If I can't go outside.
Yeah, see that difference
how many percent of your UK's population is prepared?
If I don't know the actual stats, but my UK prepper network that I've spoke to, and based on preppers that are actually visible out there on YouTube, 2 to 3% at the max.
here in Sweden, we have some stats on how many are prepared and how many that are not. So we have at least 40, I believe it's 40% who are prepared, but the rest is not. So
that's good. I mean, the only reason I always get the stick off people, oh, you're a prepper, you shouldn't put your face on YouTube because everybody will find you and take all your stuff. I'm like, good luck
with that.
But I'd rather put it out there. I've had 3 or 4 people message me saying they started prepping because of me. I've won. I don't care what happens to the rest of my channel. I've won because that's 2 or 3 people that don't have to be saved.
There you go.
Exactly. That could be even more if they convince somebody else.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yep.
I think it's starting to become less because they see tinfoil hat. We've got one prepper in the UK that is quite big, like popular, and he's not a prepper. But they see that impression and it's complete tinfoil hat craziness, right? And that's the stigma we're trying to break. And that's that my whole channel is based around getting it out there. That it's common sense. I tell people, they say, oh, yeah, prepper, that's stupid. I'm like, oh, do you have a box with plasters in the house? And they're like, yeah. Why? You're not bleeding. And they look at me like, well, you're preparing in case something happens, right? You've got sewing kit.
That's common sense to have
exactly. But that's all prepping is, just on different levels.
On different levels, yeah. That's how you start. Little box of Band-Aids and maybe some disinfecting ointment. Start from there and start moving up. Yeah,
exactly. My missus's side of the family for Christmas, they all had to open the present at the same time because every single one of them got a trauma kit for the car that I built, just so they've all got one.
Good deal. Yeah.
You were here. Go ahead, Bob.
You were in the British Army and Swede was in his army. I was in the U.S. Air Force. So we've got an idea about what to do and how fast shit can go sideways, man. I mean, just no warning, bam, it's on. And I will tell you this, I don't know what the numbers are in my area of people who are prepared, but prior to 2020 in my area, very few, not many. But after all the riots in 2020, now
the numbers increased.
Oh, an unbelievable amount. We'd go to a gun store. Every gun store was full of people, and they couldn't keep anything on the shelves. Everything just sold out as soon as they got it, no matter what it was, no matter what. Ammunition, pistols, rifles, shotguns, and during the same time and after, all those thousands of people were at the pistol ranges practicing and practice and practice and practice.
That's good. That's good. At least they were doing that. Not let's buy this tool and never use it.
Right. And one thing I noticed is, you know who the majority of the race of people that were practicing were Southeast Asians, Cambodians, Vietnamese, Filipinos, the people who've already been through civil war. And it was generations. You know, you rent one booth at the pistol range, and it would be grandfather, son, wife, and children all learning how to use those pistols. These Asian folks, they earned big, and they bought the high end stuff, and they bought a lot of ammo. And every week we'd go there, there'd be Asian families shooting and shooting and shooting all damn day, man. It's like, good for you.
Yeah.
And the next races that I saw was white men like me, and my wife's Asian, and there would be a white man with his Asian wife and their children, because his wife probably grew up in Vietnam or in the Philippines and went, honey, we got to get a gun. And they were the same way, high-end guns, lots of ammunition, and they would just shoot and shoot and shoot. It's like, I want these guys on my side. You know?
But like I said, they've got generations of people in their family that have lived through it, that have been through it, that have seen it firsthand. Does that not ring alarm bells that they're seeing the same sort of warning signs that they've seen before?
They saw it. Yeah.
CB, as far as your question about how much gauze gauze never goes bad.
Yep.
And so get a little bit here, get a little bit there. Just, we got a couple big boxes of different sized gauze just in case.
Gauze is something that you will use a lot of. So you need
this is our
a lot of it stocked up.
Correction. Hopefully, you'll never have to use it.
Never have to use it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Remember,
the thing is, though, if you're like me, I got grandkids that are, ages 5 through 10. Yeah, we're using gauze and band-aids.
Yeah.
There you go, CB.
Boys,
you can get big
fall down.
You get big boxes of gauze on Amazon, CB, and I've got like 3 boxes in my med kit inside the house, but this is our blowout kit right here. Surgical tape. This is the stuff that will rip the hair right off your arms. This was designed by my wife, who's a healthcare professional. And I'm not, so I'm not giving you. Just get the big 4-inch squares of gauze. You buy huge boxes of it, CB. It's affordable. Plus, some gloves. And I don't have any tourniquets, but I got surgical tubing. This is what my wife said to throw in there. Surgical tubing. You can use it to slow blood flow down, and it also will hold the bandage onto the person.
Yeah.
Surgical tubing. And she said basically what you want to do is somebody gets shot, somebody gets knifed, stuff the wound full of gauze, tape it closed, and then put a piece of surgical tubing across the area to either hold the bandage in place or slow the blood flow down. It's all affordable. It's all on Amazon. This is our H harness. The soldier right up there, the Brit knows what this kind of stuff is. Load bearing unit. You know what it is.
Yeah. I was admiring your little yoke setup there in the webbing. It was nice. Don't underestimate as well. You'll know what this is.
Israeli bandage.
There we go.
I have one myself.
I have 5 of these. Learn how to put them on. There's loads of courses and stuff like that. What I would recommend to people as well is most workplaces, most places that are sports clubs and stuff like that will offer free first aid courses, and they'll help you to get first aid qualifications. Go do as many as you can. If it's free to learn. The other thing I do keep a lot of, it'll always be different depending on what country you're from and what military it's from. But this is a military bandage that comes powdered with clotting agent. So as soon as that goes onto a wound, it's going to clot it up straight away. And you can get them at surplus stores for next to nothing. They're worth picking up. The Israeli bandages, you can pay quite a lot for them. I've tested some of these from Temu, from AliExpress. They're not amazing, but if you're talking about bulk and you're talking about stockpiling them, you can get quite a lot and they will still do the job. So there you go.
Yeah, I bought my Israeli bandages from Temu as well. So
yeah, just make sure
I got 5 of them.
Just to make sure whatever you get, they come in a sealed, vacuum sealed pack. If anyone doesn't know, I would recommend if you want to stockpile 10, for example, buy 12 and open 2 and try them, use them, test them. Make sure you can do it because you don't want to be bleeding out and learning at the same time. That
guy right there was in the Army. I can tell because test it. Take it apart and test it. Yep, good.
100%. Okay, take me off the big screen now.
It's just so much disposables for first aid that you can just keep adding to, so you're not dropping a bundle at one time. If you're gonna
just one at a time.
Keep your eye open for the sales.
Definitely.
Let me check a price check here. Here we go. Here's what I've got 2 or 3 boxes. It's 150 4-inch square gauze packs. They're sanitary. They're all wrapped up. 150 4-inch squares of gauze for $26. You can afford $26.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got 3 now. Each time I get my pension, which is the first of the month, that's a portion of my pension goes into prepping. You know, and yeah, that's I get the like my wife cuts people's arms and legs off and shit. You know, and what do you use in the hospital? Oh, we call them sponges, but it's actually gauze. And because I've told the story before, I was looking at some of these big kits of stuff. You know, you can buy them on Amazon. I said, what do you think about something like that? She goes, don't. Why? She says, hon, you worked on airplanes. You don't even know how to use that shit. Get a bunch of gauze, some tape, and surgical tubing. That's all you need. And get them to the hospital. Pack that wound full, tape it shut, get them in the hospital, you know.
Oh, that will hurt.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
it's going to hurt a lot less than the end game, right?
Yeah, do that or wind up in a box underground, you know.
And the thing with the gauze too is don't bother getting the little 2-inch ones.
Those are wasted. Yeah. 4-inch,
4 or 6-inch,
mm-hmm.
because bigger is better. If you need to, like a 4 or 6-inch, you can always fold it in half if that's all you need.
Yeah,
now you got double thickness.
You can cut it down, but you can't add it on.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And one thing,
and like Bob says, $26. I mean, you don't want to be in that situation a month down the line, going, "Oh, I'm bleeding out, but at least I saved $26."
There you go. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And like CD said, she's allergic to adhesives and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget the rolls of gauze for people that are allergic. You pack it in, you start wrapping that roll of gauze around it, and then you put the surgical tubing over that to help hold it in place.
Yeah, the surgical tubing puts direct pressure on there. Plus, you can put it around the wound area and hold it in place, because say if this guy's bleeding out and he can't hold it on there himself anymore, then it's held in place. Cut it and bring it up farther on the arm or the leg, wrap it and tie it, and then get him in the car and get him to the hospital. You know.
Another part of that a lot of preppers get is a tourniquet, which will cut off, which will go high up on here, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Say it's your arm wound, it'll come on there and it'll tighten it. And now, if you've never done it, if you've never been on a course, I suggest you do that, because you'll tie it as tight as you feel, and you think, oh, that's right. When it feels right, you've got to go another about 6 turns. It's got to be literally crushing that muscle. It should be painful. It should be uncomfortable. Otherwise, it's not going to do its job. Yeah. And if you don't do it right to somebody else, you can cause damage. So make sure training, first aid courses, anything you can do. Watch a million videos if that's what it takes.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna respond to Deer Lover. Tampax, no, do not use tampons. Tampons weave is made to absorb blood, so you're going to promote that wound to continue to bleed. Use proper gauze,
you bleed out.
You know?
You can bleed out that way.
Yeah, and they're finding now that tampons, certain brands have other chemicals on them you don't want in a wound.
Yeah,
good point.
But there's Doc Bones and Nurse Amy have videos on for Stop the Bleed. And they train good videos, several of them on it, free to watch.
I've tried doing videos and YouTube stopped them. They said I was giving medical advice without qualification.
Yeah, that's Mm-hmm.
So literally they got took off, and I was just like, well, okay, well, I'll skirt round the subject of it, but I'll never tell you advice. I'll tell you go and get training.
Right.
Yeah. They have these classes on their website, doomandbloom.net, and so it can't be taken down because it's on their personal website.
I'm gonna have a look and save that now.
Yeah.
Well, I got to get out of here. I got 2 hours before I go live, but I got a big crock pot full of taco meat that's just about done, and I need to put it into containers and get it into the freezer. So, everyone, have fun, and hopefully I'll see you over on my live stream tonight for Survival Saturday.
It's Been a pleasure. Probably not, because by the time you start, he's gone. But by the time he starts his stream, it's going to be 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Oh, getting late there, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, and 2 a.m. in the morning here for me. So
I just found that doomandbloom.net. I'm going to give that a look over. Looks interesting.
That's cool. I have their book.
Yeah, I mean that's another thing. Anybody watching who's interested in the medical side of things, Bob942 has got it. Bob on the money, because if you look behind him, you'll see diagrams of the human body and just learning materials. And let's be fair, not every group's going to have a qualified doctor or a nurse or something like that. So you can't have enough books and learning materials.
So this is their 4th edition.
I have the same one. Literally, I can see the same one from here.
Yeah. This is the best book you can get, actually.
Yeah,
in emergency medical.
Yeah. I've got the same one, but I often troll antique shops and things like that, and I look for older books and stuff, and I've got all sorts, like medication and drugs that are not even in circulation anymore. It's just good to know the details of it.
Yeah, and the sad thing here in Sweden is a doctor or nurse would never write a book in emergency medical medicine or anything like that.
Well, they would. They would. It'd just be 1 page. You'd open it and say, "Ring a doctor." That's all it would say.
Yeah, that's just a little nice pamphlet you get. You open it up, as you said, and then you say, "Oh, call a doctor."
Somebody's coming to save me. I like Bob's.
So
your first responder. I love that.
There you go.
It really sucks, basically.
There we go.
On that point. Yeah, that's MedX. RX.
Yeah.
Is that
we're gearing up for the next coming spring and summer for the riot season. I guarantee it.
Good to see you.
I guarantee you, since Trump is in office, now all the radicals are going to go fucking nuts again, and so I check out my channel, guys. Bob942.
I've subscribed.
I've been doing this shit for years, and I don't know what else to say. Start with the core. The very core is food and water put away in your house. Start with that right there. Then move out to medical. Then move out to security, and move out and move out and move out. It's like a big bullseye with spider webs coming off of it.
Yeah.
Well, we're doing pretty good in my house. We're doing pretty good. We're sitting pretty well, but I'm still going to make more improvements. Gauze, compress. There you go.
4x4.
Yeah. What I recently did, it's on my channel. I got some reflective tape, and I've got a shelf in the middle of the house where everyone knows where it's at. Everything's there, right there, for medical, for emergency lighting and shit like that. It's all on one shelf right in the middle of the house, so everyone walking by can see what's on that shelf. So I took some reflective tape and I put some red crosses on my medical boxes. You can see it instantly, even in a low light with a flashlight from your cell phone. Those red crosses light up. And then from there, I moved up to a box that's got candles in it, and the what do you call them? The propane lanterns, and on. Make it so that quickly, even in the dark, you can find this stuff.
Yeah, that's my project at the moment. Swede said about coming on earlier, but I was mid doing it. But my project at the moment is I'm redating all my preps. I'm resorting them, but I'm relabeling the boxes because I work a substantial distance away every couple of days a week. So it might take me, if I have no vehicle or something happens, it might take me 5 days to get home, and I want them to know what's what. So every box is going to be labeled with an idiot-proof sheet. I'm not calling my family idiots, but they might not know how to do things.
I get it.
Sheet in the top of instructions.
let me find your channel. I'm gonna go over there and connect with your channel. Okay, what's your channel name? UK. Okay,
Urban Prepper. Yeah. But yeah, it's I'm currently doing that because all I keep thinking is it's not going to happen when I'm in the house. It's not going to happen when I'm sat there waiting for it. You know, it's going to happen at the worst time, right? If it happens.
Yeah. Then
all right, I'm going to leave you a comment. On one of your videos here.
Oh, cheers.
Much from Bob.
Food Forest said, just had to take a hawk out of my kitchen. Wow.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's Howie. He has a great channel. He knows a lot of how to gardening, grow things.
Mm-hmm.
He has basically a food forest. So he lives in Canada.
Yeah, that's I'm looking to move.
That against him.
I'm looking to move at the moment because I am in an urban environment-ish. It's semi-urban sort of thing, but I've nowhere to grow anything, and that is my biggest flaw at the moment, preparedness-wise.
The only thing I grow is flowers because we're gonna stay here for about 5 more years, and then we're moving to the Philippines. So getting an in-ground garden, I grow rhubarb and I grow strawberries and a few edibles, and I'm gonna retransplant the grass into white clover, Dutch clover. That's edible. I also grow nasturtiums flowers. You can eat those, you know. Yeah, that's the most I can do. I mean,
is the Philippines decision personal or tactical?
Both. Yeah. Well, my wife's Filipino.
Okay.
And first time I went over there was like 2004, and I fell in love with the place, man. Hot, warm weather every damn day. You know, the people are pretty friendly. The women have got the best butt and legs in all of Asia. So
I'm there. I'm going.
But yeah, and the law enforcement there, they know how to handle drug addicts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they act swift.
It's swift. Quick. It's the drug addicts there, most of them don't make it to the jail. It's just mysterious. They wind up in a ditch, you know. That's what the law enforcement does, and the people in the neighborhoods. They don't want that shit.
Drug dealers have not, immediately, basically, shut them on where they stand.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So it's a good place to grow old because the Asian people respect you when you have gray hair.
Oh,
really,
I'm getting there already. It's fine.
There you go. Yeah, and yeah, it's not paradise by any means. It's not paradise, but there are some benefits to it. You know.
Curious, as a prepper, you must have accumulated quite a lot of gear. Is that going to be get rid of it here, start again there? Are you going to ship it?
They have. Yeah, we're going to ship it.
Yeah.
A lot of it, like these H harnesses, are going to go. Same with a lot of canned food, all that is going to go. It's pretty reasonable because I have what's called balak bayan box. It's 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot. You put anything in there that you want, and it's a flat rate of $80 to $100 to go from the U.S. all the way to the Philippines. But it takes months to get there because it's all by ship.
That's unbelievable, though. That's really good.
One of the first things I'll do when I get there, I've got some canned goods right there right now. We got a little house and got some canned goods there now. But one of the first things I'll do is get some shelving and fill it up with food, right? Yeah. And just store it away. In fact, I got I drank the city water at our house once. It gave me the shits for 4 days. I drank it by accident. I thought the coffee maker would get it hot enough to sanitize it. It did not. And so I've got a water distiller. You can see it on my channel that I'm going to put in a box and ship that over there. They sell bottled water everywhere. Plus, they have the big bottles of home delivery of filtered water. But if there's a typhoon, an earthquake, and we're stuck in the house, I've got to be able to get clean water, or else I'm going to be down, man. That guys, if you've ever had dysentery, you won't want to get that twice. Oh my God, that made me sick, man.
Yeah, I can't say I have.
You're lucky. You won't forget it.
No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's cool. I mean, I definitely, I love the, funnily enough, my 10-year plan is to go the other way and over to the States, but I should probably visit a few more times because that's based on a visit from like 10 years ago. Quite a few times. And, you know, it might have changed a lot since I was there, but it's a good country. You know, it's a good country, but since I got introduced to Southeast Asia through my wife, it's like, this is a better place to grow old in because when you're old over there, whether you're a Filipino or a foreigner, the neighbors take good care of you because you're old and they respect you. You know, like it. It's a different culture, very different, but yeah. That's cool. That's cool.
It's not paradise, but it has a few benefits.
Well, hopefully, you know, 10 years time, we'll still have these choices to make.
Well, I hope you can get. I hope you can get here to the States because we got a lot of bonuses here in the States. You know, we get paid real well, and there's a lot of money in this country.
The sad thing is I mean, I get slated because I've said this to a few people. Like, oh well, if you don't like this country, you should just go. It's like, well, you know, I've got ties and commitments with kids and what have you. I'm patriotic. Right, I wouldn't have done what I do, and I am patriotic and I love the country, but I'm watching it disappear. This is not the country that I loved from the 90s.
I get it.
Nazis. It's something completely different.
I understand.
So I'm not going to move and be homesick. I'm homesick now for a time 20 years ago. That's what I am. So yeah,
I understand that. Yeah. Well, I'm older than you, and I see it too. You know. I love my country. I'll still fight for it. But some of the ideology which is being washed away right now just boggled my mind. It's like, I got a great idea. Let's take our little kids and cut their balls off and make them into girls. And I cannot get behind that. Leave children alone. Don't touch them, you know. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, children are sacred. Don't hurt them, man. Don't fuck them, ruin them, man. I know we can sell them pharmaceuticals for the rest of their lives. No. No.
You got to be of an age to make a decision of that grave.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. On that note, I am going to jump because it's getting late, and I think I'm going to get a grilling off Mrs. Urban Prepper. So pleasure meeting you all.
You too.
Shadow, I will see you tomorrow when you join me on my channel for an interview. Bob, hopefully I do a podcast where I interview preppers from all over the world. Hopefully you can join me at some point.
Send me an invitation. I'll join you. Yeah.
That'd be great. Creative, if you're still there, it was a pleasure to meet you as well. No.
He's quiet.
He's fired.
Cheers, guys. Have a good evening.
Cheers. Good night.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Yeah. Good guy.
Yeah.
Got the right mentality.
The interesting thing was today when I woke up, and I always check my emails when I wake up in the morning.
Right.
So I just had my breakfast and then I checked my mail and on my Gmail you have those primary and those different tabs, and I saw what on primary, what is this now? And it said UK Urban Prepper, and I opened it. And, what? Okay, so he wanted an interview. So I don't get it how he could find me. So I'm trying to figure that out tomorrow.
Good deal. I'll watch it if we're around the house here. I'll watch your show. Yeah, I'm subscribed to him now. Yeah, you bet I will. I'm always about supporting friends.
So I was really surprised that he interviewed a Polish prepper actually.
Oh, no kidding.
He said, he sent me a link to that video. I can put it up and for you.
Yeah, I got his channel right there. I'm gonna go check out some more of his videos and stuff here soon. Yeah, it's solid guy. It helps when you start off with some military experience. Because if one thing the military does is show you right in front of your face is the importance of logistics, of food, water, transportation, medical. It's all right in front of you every day,
Yeah, I put it in the private.
Okay.
And he has captions, so he has subtitles, but you need to change it to English because it's otherwise the main setting is on Polish, so you would not understand it. So you need to, but he speaks very good English, by the way.
Well,
to be a Polish guy.
Okay.
So,
Good.
Cool.
Yeah, if anyone should be getting ready, that's Poland. They're right there.
Right next door.
Right there. Yeah, war. You want to go to war? It's just right over there. Go across that fence. You got all of it you can handle,
I watched the whole video. It's 43 minutes long, but that Polish guy, he had a lot of good answers to his questions. So,
right. Oh, I got that up here on the thumbnails up on the top. I'll watch that. It's good to learn something from because he's right next to the battle zone, and yeah, he has different experience than we do. Yeah.
Yeah, and in that video, that is the interview with him. But in the description box, there is the link to that Polish guy's channel. So
okay, I'll go and sub with him too. Yeah, anything I can learn, man. If I can teach you something, I hope you can teach me something.
Yeah. That's the point. And that's
CR, what the hell? You're so damn quiet.
Is my mic not working?
It's working, but you ain't using it, dude.
Oh no! I was letting you guys talk, but I'm like, I'm trying to chime in. I'm see. Ever since the other week, I chimed in too much. I'm trying to be nice about it now. And I just overtalk everyone. That's why I was just like, my mic's working, right?
Well, I'm an American. That's how we are. We just talk over.
No. I mean, I'm trying to be respectful. I'm like giving you guys the space to chime in.
Then you disappeared for how many weeks? God damn you! Didn't have anybody to fire.
I was busy. I was busy last week. I had some prior commitments.
Watch out, CR, so you don't get a strike 2 and 3, and then
I'm working on my batting average here. No, but on a serious note here, I wanted to chime in with this before, but you guys were talking about it. It's fine. But see, my one friend I have, I swear if he calls me right now, it'd be ironic. But he was waiting for quote unquote a bus or whatever, right? In a dark, less lit area, and someone came around an alleyway and quote unquote attacked them. And they were on their phone with headphones on.
Oh.
So that's why I'm bringing this up, right? Situational awareness. Because I talked to them, right? They're like, oh, they came out of the alley. I didn't see them. And first thing I asked, like, were you on your phone? And they're like, yeah.
Oh, man.
And they were sitting inside the shelter area, right? So they're not just right outside. So there's only one exit. Because if someone comes in the doorway, right, and there's nowhere else to go, then you're in the doorway. I mean, you're in that spot, right? So
you're trapped. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Then later on, I said to him, if I was in that situation, I would have been like, I might as well just put my back to the road or something like that. At least see this sidewalk or alleyway that's nearby or something like that. And yeah, I get people are on their phone, quote unquote. Maybe they're checking something. They have to check something. They're checking the weather. They got to message people back. I get people have to do that kind of stuff. But I mean, like, if you do that stuff, take a look before you start putting your eyes back on the screen, all right? And be like, okay, there's actually no one around. And keep doing it.
There's a time and place.
Yeah, like I said, I understand in terms of like you gotta text someone back. You gotta
good to see you, man.
Hey, Triple Kenners. Right? But then you gotta remember, okay, right before you text someone out, start typing for the next couple minutes. Take a look, right? Is anyone behind you or whatever, right? Because you want to give yourself that lead time in advance, right? As much as possible. Because what happened to my friend? They didn't see it coming. And when you don't see it coming, then you're behind the 8 ball already on it, right? Because now they got the advantage. Yeah. They got the surprise attack in, right? Like, you know what I mean? And yeah, he learned a lesson, valuable lesson. Situational awareness is important, right?
Yeah.
Because it could have been as easy as, they turned... Like my friend turned back around, saw them coming, and they said, they see me coming now. I don't have the surprise attack in anymore. Screw it. I'm not gonna do it. It could have prevented something. It could have, right? You know what I mean? It could have prevented something. Just because they saw it coming, they could see it coming. There's no surprise attack in anymore, right? You know what I mean? Like, so now you have to prevent, you know what I mean? Because they're right in front of you. You can see it coming. They're ready for it. You can put up your guard right away. Something very important. And that's a real world example of this.
The perfect example. Yeah.
Right? Because people forget these things do exist. People do go through them.
Yeah.
And they're more likely to happen than, quote unquote, an SHTF situation or Mad Max. Most people haven't gone through that. But some people can relate to mugging. You're coming jogging or you're a female or whatever in a park. And these stories do exist every single year in the news. Every so often you hear about this stuff. Where,
they're called a victim, my friend. They're called a victim. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll let you in. What I love irritating the shit out of my wife when she's at work. I love doing that, And I made dinner reservations tonight for her and I to go out on our date. And I sent her a message. We usually order a chocolate torte for dessert for both of us. Okay? It's very thick. It's almost like a cake, like a pudding cake, a torte. I sent her a message, reservations are made and don't touch. The next one was, don't touch my torte. And she sent back, I ate it already. So my response back was, North Korea. You're going to North Korea, missus. You're going.
I'm starting to get hungry now.
I am. I'm hungry right now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, a good group you got here, Shadow. I might go live Sunday night. I might not. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure.
Well, I will notice if you do.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Because that would be Monday morning my time.
Right. When you're up having your Monday coffee. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that lady who joins my panel frequently, Virginia Roots.
Yeah, Virginia Roots. Yeah, she's an awesome lady.
She is. She's smart as hell, and
I like her.
She taught me this: a good way to assess someone when you first meet them. Ask them what's the farthest distance you've been away from your home. That's a good idea where you can get a quick assessment of someone who stayed in a little hometown their whole life. Well, they have no.
They've only seen so much.
Right. She taught me that. That's a smart lady.
Yeah, That's what I like, because he's always on your streams. That's why I like when I was up on your panel last time, when I talked to her, she was a wonderful woman. I really like her personality. And
me too.
And I can tell she is smart.
And she's worldly. She's been around quite a bit. She's been to Japan and Guam. She's been all over the United States, and she has not had an easy life. She's a tough chick. She can get through it. That's what I admire about her. Yeah.
Don't mess with her.
Don't, because she's been
or
through
otherwise
it before.
You get your ass kicked faster than you can say whiskey.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, I subscribe to her channel as well.
Yeah.
So
she's thrown out a few lives, but not any videos. But she does a live once in a while.
Yeah, it takes a while between the lives. So.
And she's a sexy Asian chick, so that makes a big difference.
Bob, I gotta ask you, Bob. I gotta ask you for everyone.
What?
Are you in heat right now? Are you in heat? Are you in heat?
Always.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. I gotta ask.
The wife's not here, so I just got to go into these spells of delusional, being surrounded by, Koreans and Japanese and Filipinos, and it's a delusional thing.
I don't want to heat up the subject here or cause friction between you and me. Or
I already fired you once today. Don't make me do it twice. Oh shit! I better go and I take care of her laundry. I better get some of her laundry done before she comes home from work. I might be in trouble. Yeah,
and it's late.
Yeah, it's late.
I should wrap things up anyway. So
right on.
I need to go to bed.
See Hugo? See that, Hugo? Yeah, my delusion of being muscular men surrounding me. See, I'm not that crazy, All right.
Yeah.
I'll bounce out of here too. CR. Yeah. It's been a while, but I finally got to fucking fire you. All right. Take care, Shadow. Everybody in the side chat.
Take care.
Yeah. Later, guys.
Sorry about that. Well, we'll wrap things up now, guys. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I hope I'll see you next week. Same time, same channel.
Take care, everyone.
I will get another video up on Wednesday as usual. So until then, stay safe. And God bless.
And ShadowScoutSwede.